Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku's dad helped Nezu escape a lab story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. A small white rodent waited patiently in his seat as the door on the other side of the glass wall opened. The rodent was wearing nothing but its fur, and it had a large bandage across its right eye. This little rodent had bear-like paws, a long white stiff tail, a mouse-like snout, square ears, pitch-black eyes, and a small smile on its lips. This rodent was subject number 17, more commonly known as Nezu, as based upon his rodent-like appearance. On the other side of the glass was a man with jet black hair, a green overcoat with a red shirt, black jeans, and white shoes. In his hands was a silver tray with 2 wooden cups, and an ornamental teapot that had steam rising from the spout. He held a notebook underneath his arm and a pen was in his ear. The man set the tray down on the table in front of him, took a seat opposite of the subject, placed the notebook and pen on the table, and smiled at the subject. "How are you doing today, Nezu?" the man asked. "Better once I have my tea," the subject replied. "Would you kindly?" The subject motioned to the teapot. The man smiled softly and sighed. He pointed towards the blank grey walls behind Nezu. "I will, but you know the rules." "Of course." The subject hopped from his seat and walked over to the other side of the room, away from the glass screen. The man finally set a teacup to the side and poured its namesake in the cup. The cup had a nice steam rising from it as the man pulled out a drawer and carefully placed the cup in the drawer. He then pushed it back in and motioned for the subject to come back. The subject gratefully came forward and pulled out his drawer to receive the cup of tea. The rodent took a small sip and sighed comfortably. "Just the way I like it," he commented. He gave the man on the other side of the glass a nod. "Thank you, Midoriya." The black-haired gentleman smiled as he jotted down something in his notebook. "It always my pleasure, Nezu." He took his cup, filled it with tea, and took a calming sip. "So how have you been since our last talk?" "You mean aside from getting this little thing from the last time those scientists poked and prodded me?" Nezu pointed to his bandaged eye but still had the smile on his face. "Just dandy." Midoriya laughed sadly. "Sarcasm's a good sign." The man took a note in his book before motioning to Nezu again. "Anyway, from what I've heard you'll be able to remove the bandage within the week." "Yes, remove this one and put on another during their experiments about me." "How has that been coming along anyway?" Nezu took another sip of his tea, but held his wooden cup tight. He saw Midoriya jot something before sighing. He then shoved the notes to the side before taking his cup. "You know I can't discuss that with you." The man took a sip from his cup. He gave the subject a sympathetic look. "Nezu, I'm sorry for how these past few months have been. Believe me, I've been trying my hardest to get them to release you." Nezu, thanks to his quirk, could read most people like an open book. He always looked for the small signs of a lie. A crinkle of a forehead, a glance from the eyes, a fidget of the hands, everyone has a tell. No matter how much Nezu looked at Midoriya though, he almost never found one. The subject sighed before setting his teacup down. He knows Midoriya is one of the more genuine humans in this hellhole. Even if he was just an analysis to gauge Nezu, every question the man asked always seemed genuine. It also helped that he was not afraid to talk about his personal life. It helped build that bridge of trust. "I'm sorry, Midoriya, these past few days have been rougher than usual." The rodent took another sip of his tea. "What about you? How have your wife and son been?" "They've been well. Granted, Izuku has been keeping me and my wife up with his constant crying, but at least it means he has a healthy set of lungs." For the next few minutes or so, the two just enjoyed a nice conversation. There was the occasional sip of tea, or Midoriya jotting down a note, but it was otherwise a pleasant, friendly conversation. There was a knock on Midoriya's side of the glass. It was then followed by a man with a lab coat sticking his head in. "You'll have to wrap this up, Hisoshi," the scientist said. "We need to prep the subject for another experiment." The jet-haired man sighed. He turned to the subject who still had a smile on his face. However, Hisoshi could tell it wasn't as wide as before. "Can I ask one last question before we move on?" he asked. "No," Nezu answered. Whilst the rodent would love to spend most of his time with Hisoshi out of all people, he still had to see if Midoriya trusted him. Or at the very least, respected him. Will the man push for a question and do his job? Will he let it go and respect Nezu's wishes? Is Midoriya truly the bleeding heart he always appears to be? The answer was yes. Very well, I'll see you in a week. I'll take the cup back now. Nezu nodded and finished his now cold tea. He opened the drawer, placed the cup in, and took a step back to the wall. Midoriya grabbed the cup, placed it on the tray, and gathered his notes. As he gathered his notes though, he accidentally dropped some in the drawer before closing it. Have good rest of your week, Nezu. With that, the Midoriya left the room, which meant Nezu, once again, was alone, until they needed to poke him again. Unfortunately, it happened the minute Midoriya left. Soon, the room where Midoriya sat was filled with men in lab coats and hazmat suits. Nezu could hear the gas they were pumping into his room. Of course, he couldn't just fight and run around. That's what they wanted after all. To see him as an animal. He would never give them that satisfaction. Eventually, his vision began to blur and darkened, and soon a forced sleep overcame him. Some time later, Nezu woke up to the sound of an alarm in a large grey room. The subject got up and took a look around. He saw the observation room where the scientists would watch him as he completed their tests. As he looked up, he saw the familiar face of Hisoshi Midoriya staring at him, with a clipboard in his hands, ready to take notes. Anger flowed through Nezu's veins. First Hisoshi pretend to be friends, then does this. It happens every time they have their discussions. Midoriya pretends to be friends, but continues to say nothing about these experiments, and still works for these monsters. Nezu can't understand why he continues to talk with him. Perhaps it's his quirk. Nezu was knocked out of his stupor by a growl. Across from him in a cage was a grey wolf with foam coming from its mouth. It growled and tried to claw its way over to Nezu but was stopped by the iron bars that held it. Nezu also looked around and saw a bat lying in the room as well. Suddenly, a speaker came on. Prepping Survival Instincts Test Number 1, the voice said. Nezu looked over at the wolf as it snarled at him. A single rabid wolf. That's all he had to face. He could easily win this battle. Wolves are pack animals. They don't attack alone unless desperate. They wanted Nezu to kill this creature. They know of his intelligence, that he has not only comprehended the human language, but walks, talks, and acts as if he was a human. Now, they were testing if he has the instincts of a human. Test will begin in 10 seconds. Anger fueled Nezu's veins. They wanted show. And he could do nothing but comply. Nezu walked over to the bat, grabbed it and tossed it away from him and the wolf. After he did so, he waited for the test to begin. As he did though, he didn't focus on the wolf. No, he focused at the observation room. He would let them know that they wouldn't break him. No matter how many tests they put him through, he will not give them the satisfaction of behaving like an animal. He would subdue this animal, without killing it. 3, 2, 1. Some time later, Nezu sat in his glass room, occupying his time with the notes Midoriya accidentally left in the drawer. It was nighttime, and a few hours after his tests. He survived them. But that doesn't mean they don't haunt him. Even after doing everything they wanted, they still drugged him, and tried to see what made him so special. Why was he one of the few animals they experimented on, the one that got what they called a quirk? They test his intelligence, his instincts, his ferocity. But he made sure everything he faced today he put down mercifully. These animals are just like him. Experiments to these people. He's just the favorite. Well, him, and subject 23, nicknamed 𝐒𝐻𝐲. Originally a tanuki found in the forest nearby. But after more of their experimentations, they found that 𝐒𝐻𝐲 also unlocked a quirk. Shape-shifting. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 could appear as any animal, including humans. What makes him different though, is he is mute. He could never speak human, or any of the forms he makes. Not only that, a tanuki tail was present on all of his forms. Not to mention his human forms looked more akin to a Hibigan or Yeti. How does Nezu know this? Midoriya's notes. Nezu has no idea why he does this. Is it another experiment that the scientists do? Or is it truly Midoriya's kindness to let Nezu know he isn't alone? Midoriya is an interesting character. Every time Nezu sits down and thinks, he feels that Hisoshi is just like the rest of them, just experimenting on him. Yet there are also times when he thinks that he is who he says he is. An analyst, but a caring one. No matter what he thinks though, Nezu feels like his life is connected to Midoriya, some way or another. 1 week later, an alarm. That's what Nezu heard when he woke up. Not the standard wake-up alarm either. This was an alarm for the scientists. Nezu looked out from his glass and through the window in the door to see what was going on. All he saw was a bunch of shadows running past his room. Minutes passed as the alarm continued to ring until the door finally opened. 3 people entered. 2 guards wearing armor, one with a shield and baton, and one carrying a cage with an animal restraining tool. Alongside them was Hisoshi Midoriya with a syringe. The guard with the shield grabs a radio and begins to talk into it. Subject 17 is about to be secured. Nezu's eyes widened when he said that. The subject looked over at Midoriya to see a stoic look on his face. Nezu knew it. He knew it was too good to be true. All humans are the same. The guard with the grabber opened the door to the room and approached Nezu. No. He wasn't going without a fight. Not without getting some revenge. As the guard approached him, Nezu charged and began to bite anywhere he could in between the armor. The guard dropped the cage and groaned in frustration and pain as Nezu continued to fight him. The guard with the shield stepped in front of Hisoshi. "Stay behind me," he ordered. Nezu continued to struggle with the one on him, but his anger was towards Hisoshi. All of these weeks of pretending, of acting, now he finally shows his true colors. The thing is, Nezu knows he isn't angry at Hisoshi, he's angry at himself for not realizing it. Too bad he didn't care. Eventually the guard was able to pin Nezu with the gripper. "Thing rat." The guard looked over to Midoriya. "Well, don't just stand there, sedate him." Midoriya approached Nezu with the syringe and the two met eyes. Nezu stared directly at him, burning a hole in the raven-haired man's skull. As Midoriya locked eyes, the two just stared at each other, unwavering. Eventually, Hisoshi's stoic expression changed into a frown. The syringe he had in his hand suddenly went into the guard's neck, causing a yelp from said guard, along with the fact that he was releasing Nezu. "What the hell?" the other guard yelled. However, Hisoshi turned around, took a deep breath, and began to breath fire on the guard holding the shield. The guard with the syringe in his neck slowly fell to the floor as the sedative kicked in. Nezu wasted no time running from the now unconscious man to the guard who was blocking the fire. Nezu crawled past the man and was about to run towards the door to his freedom, but something made him stop. His legs just stopped moving. He could escape right now if he wanted to. So what was stopping him? "That's it, you little SID," the guard yelled. All of a sudden a bunch of loud thunks were heard, and Nezu turned around. On the floor was Hisoshi, and the guard was beating him with the baton. Any anger that was aimed towards Hisoshi was gone. Instead, what replaced was the need to protect him. Nezu charged the guard and began his assault. He began by ramming right into the bend of the knee of the guard to throw him off balance. When that worked, the man dropped down to one knee, making this next part easy for the rodent. He grabbed the guard's arm with his bare paws and dragged him down to the ground by applying pressure on the back of the elbow and dragging him. Of course, he may have added a bit too much pressure and accidentally broke it. As the guard screamed in pain, Nezu hopped on top of his back and grabbed his head. He then repeatedly smashed the head into the ground until the man was knocked out or concussed enough to not do anything. As easy as pie. "Nezu, are you okay?" Midoriya choked out as he uncurled from a ball. The white rodent turned towards the analyst and saw bruises beginning to form, along with welts and red marks from the blow of the baton. Yet, Nezu still felt like something was off. So, he grabbed the baton and pointed it at Midoriya, much to the man's fear. "Give me a good reason why I shouldn't kill you, Midoriya." The man was about to open his mouth, but Nezu smashed the ground before pointing at Midoriya again. "Do not say that you have a family." Nezu motioned to the man he was on top of. "I am fairly certain he had a family, and I did not hesitate. So give me a reason why I shouldn't leave you like him." "I had to support my family, Nezu," Hisoshi pleaded. I know everything here was bad, but they promised me and my family a healthy lifestyle. Then that makes you worst. Nezu began to approach Midoriya. You knew everything here was wrong and yet you stayed because of the monetary gain. You are no worse than them. Midoriya tried to defend himself. But when he saw the look in Nezu's eyes, he saw pain, anger, sorrow. Everything that happened was because he, along with dozens of other people, kept silent. Hisoshi knew he couldn't be forgiven. He knew that this was his ultimate sin. So he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and whispered out one final sentence. Do it, just do what you have to. The anger in Nezu began to fluctuate. He had no idea what he was supposed to do. From what he saw and heard, humans would do anything to survive, to not get hurt. They would always place blame on someone else when something went wrong. Yet, here, Hisoshi just read it himself. He made no excuse, he placed no blame. Nezu saw something he never saw from anyone else in this entire facility. Remorse. Nezu took a step back. As he did, every memory of Midoriya flooded him. Their talks about their days, their tea-drinking time, how Midoriya always respected his wishes on the discussions, and their talks about Hisoshi's family. Whenever he talked about them, that was when Nezu saw the real Midoriya. A genuine man. The same man he is seeing right now. Maybe he is a fool. But he drops the baton, which caused Midoriya to open his eyes. Nezu has a blank look on his face but continues to stare at the man. Which way is the exit? Was all he asked. Hisoshi slowly stood up, and when Nezu made no moves to attack him, he swallowed his fear and spoke. I'll show you. The two continued to run through the building, along with other scientists and guards. Most were too busy trying to collect their data, or destroy it, to notice Nezu and Hisoshi. Those who did, were quickly disposed of thanks to Hisoshi fending them off with his fire-breathing quirk, and Nezu finding a way to subdue them. Eventually, they made their way to a room that had a card scanner. Hisoshi fished out his wallet and put it up against the scanner, waiting for the beep. When he got the go-ahead, he shoved his wallet back into his pocket and turned to Nezu. Okay, we're almost near the hidden exit, just a couple more corridors. Why not go out the front door? Nezu questioned. Was this going to lead him into another trap? Was his gut instinct correct, as it usually is? The heroes assaulting the place think everyone in here is guilty, and have permission to use force on those not surrendering. I can't risk getting caught, not without saying goodbye to Inko and Izuku. Not only that, you would be placed into custody as well, and I highly doubt you want to be questioned about all this after just escaping. Nezu was going to argue with him. After all, getting questioned sounded much better than suffering through any of this again, but at the same time, what if they just placed him in another lab? No, Hisoshi was right, at least for now. Well then, continue to lead the way, the rodent said. Hisoshi nodded and opened the corridor. After running down it and taking a left, there was another door with a code on it. Hisoshi quickly placed in a 10-digit code and the door unlocked. As they opened the door though, a body was thrown at the wall next to them, leaving them both speechless. The boy was thrown so hard that there were cracks in the wall. They turned to see a giant bear on its hind legs swatting another one of the guards in front of it. As it did, the guard behind it shocked it with a shock baton, causing the bear to growl. It turned around and clawed at the guard, causing them to yell in pain. As it turned around, both Hisoshi and Nezu saw that the creature a large fluffy raccoon tail. The bear final got down on all four and began to P&D, claw, and bite the guard on the ground. Eventually the man succumbed to his wounds and the only three left were Nezu, Hisoshi, and the bear. The bear turned towards the two in the doorway. Nezu immediately got in a defensive position, ready to attack the creature. Hisoshi did the same, but his stance was meeker compared to Nezu. The bear growled and slowly approached them, but as it did, Hisoshi began to speak. Kazuyo easy, Hisoshi said. This got Nezu's attention. It's me, it's Midoriya. Remember? The bear continued to walk up to them, but the growling slowly subsided. Yeah, it's me. And this is Nezu. Hisoshi motioned to the white rodent. You know him. Remember? Subject number 17. The bear suddenly stopped approaching them and tilted its head at both of them. Nezu continued to hold the baton but gave the bear a quizzical look. Suddenly, the bear began to shrink a little bit until it turned into a black striped tanuki. The tanuki went over to Nezu and began to shift a little bit until it had a paw exactly like Nezu. The white rodent couldn't help but be impressed. Shape-shifting, or at the very least some form of it. The tanuka stuck its Nezu paw out for him to shake. Nezu pocketed the baton and gladly shook it. Pleasure to finally meet you face to face, 𝐭𝐲. The tanuki nodded its head before turning to Midoriya. Exits this way, did you get rid of the guards? Hisoshi asked. 𝐭𝐲 nodded his head and Hisoshi smiled. All right, we're almost home free, guys. With that, the group of three continued down the hallways for a couple more minutes and soon found a garage area. There seemed to be no one here as everyone was either still panicking or just forgot about it in the chaos. Midoriya took out his wallet again and began searching the area for the controls. Keep an eye out, will you? Hisoshi asked his furry friends. They both nodded and Nezu stayed on the defensive whilst 𝐭𝐲 shapeshifted into a wolf. His tail was still the same though. Perhaps that was the limitations of his quirk. For the next few minutes, Hisoshi continued to look around for something before he finally found what he was looking for. He then called over Nezu and 𝐭𝐲 over to him. They continued to make sure no one was following them before going over to the man. As they reached him, they noticed he had a map. Okay, so the exit leads out through here, he said, pointing somewhere in the forest nearby the facility. When you reach the forest, keep going out, ignore here as that leads back to the main entrance. So where are we supposed to go? Nezu questioned. Keep going deep into the forest until we can't see the facility anymore. Then start heading southwest. We'll eventually reach a path that people use to walk through the forest. Follow that path and we'll reach a train station that will take us to the city. Will they have the train station shut down? Hisoshi shook his head. They shouldn't. This facility is a secret, and they don't want the public to know about it. Some heroes might be keeping an eye on it, but as long as we act like we belong, we should be good. All right then. Are we all set? Everyone nodded their head, and Hisoshi began to stand up. As he did, a loud bang was heard, followed by two more. Hisoshi all of a sudden collapsed as Nezu and 𝐭𝐲 took cover from the sound. They looked to see where the sound was coming from and saw two guards began to move into the area, with handguns drawn. Nezu only had one thought on his mind. How did they find us? Thankfully, one of the guards issued an order that answered his question. Cameras showed they came down here. Spread out and find them. Their footsteps echoed throughout the garage as they began their search. Nezu and 𝐭𝐲 looked at each other, and the now bleeding man on the ground, then back at each other. They didn't need to speak to get their message across. These guards were going to prey. 𝐭𝐲 transformed into a black cat and began to climb around looking for an opportunity to pounce. Nezu meanwhile took cover nearby a trash can. As he did, he noticed a can nearby and took a hold of it. As he did, he looked around for 𝐭𝐲 to see him stalking in the rafters. Nezu took the can and chucked it across the garage so it made a noise. As it did, one of the guards turned towards the noise and pulled the trigger on his gun. A loud bang echoed throughout the garage. God's sake man, trigger DSP, and the other guard complained. I heard something. Well then go investigate. With that the guards split apart from each other. As they did, the one who reprehended his co-worker called out. Come out you two. You can't go anywhere without access, so there's no point in hiding. One of the guards finally walked past Nezu going towards the sound, completely ignoring the sputtering man on the ground, and Nezu. Nezu looked up at 𝐭𝐲 who was stalking the guard. The white creature then pointed at the cat tanuki and pointed at the guard investigating. 𝐭𝐲 nodded his head and continued to follow. Eventually, when there was enough space, 𝐭𝐲 attacked. He began to claw at the man's face that was guarded by a helmet. What the hell? His friend called out as the cat continued to claw at his partner. SHT, stay there. Nezu heard the quick sounds of the man running and sprung his attack. He popped out from his cover and swung that baton at the guard's knees, causing the guard to trip over and yell in pain. Nezu lifted the baton again, but the guard grabbed it and began to wrestle it away from Nezu. As they did, Nezu almost failed to realize the gun the guard was still holding was still pointing. Emphasis on almost. When Nezu saw the barrel pointed at him, he let go of the baton and leapt on the guard's other hand to mess up his aim. The man pulled the trigger, but missed Nezu, only barely though. Ringing filled Nezu's left ear, but he continued to struggle with the gun. Eventually, Nezu bit the man's hand, which caused him to yell in pain again. Nezu then pointed the pistol underneath the guard's helmet and stared at him, unblinking. Why dash? Nezu pulled the trigger and soon the guard's helmet ran red. Nezu then unloaded the magazine, unchambered the round still in the gun, and removed the slide. Watching those guards mess around with their weapons whilst they guarded him paid off. Nezu turned over to 𝐭𝐲𝐲 to finally see him rip the throat out of the guard with his claws. The man tried to grab his throat to stop the bleeding, but with how much flesh 𝐭𝐲𝐲 ripped off, it was too late. Both 𝐭𝐲𝐲 and Nezu ran over to Midoriya, their only way out of here, and saw that he was in a pool of his own blood. Midoriya! Nezu exclaimed as he ran over to the man. The raven-haired man tried to lean up, but groaned in pain before he could. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 went back to his Tanuki form and looked at Midoriya. The two creatures looked shocked at each other and then back to Midoriya. Ah well, this 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵. He muttered out. There has to be a medical kit nearby, Nezu said as he started to shake. If we can find it, we may be able to patch you up. Nezu looked over to 𝐭𝐲𝐲. 𝐭𝐲𝐲, see if you can find anything to staunch the bleeding. Nezu, it was the weak tone that got the rodent's attention. We all know I can't make it. Midoriya shakily lifted his hand and in it was his wallet. Take it. Both of you. Midoriya coughed and blood began to pour from his mouth. Run, and don't look back. Nezu looked at the brown leather wallet and shakily grabbed it out of Midoriya's hand. Midoriya let his hand fall on his chest as Nezu took the wallet away. Not only that, a smile stretched across his lips. I have a couple of favors to ask of you. Anything, Nezu answered. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 nodded his head as well. Tell 𝐒𝐭𝐴. I love her and Izuku, and always will. I will always watch over them. Tell my family I love them. Nezu nodded his head as did 𝐭𝐲𝐲. Finally, both of you, don't hate humanity for this. I beg of you. There are good ones out there. Just gotta look. Now go. Midoriya continued to cough blood and his breathing continued to get shallower. Both subjects knew they had no time left, and followed Midoriya's last wishes. They used his card on the scanner next to the garage door. The scanner beeped, and the garage slowly began to open. The two subjects took a deep breath of fresh air as the wind blew past them, and ran deeper into the woods, away from their nightmare and friend. To be continued. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 and Nezu continued to sprint in the forest. When they looked back, on the hill they saw a group of brightly colored people entering the building, with red and blue light flashing everywhere. Nezu had no idea who they were, but if he had to wager, they were the heroes of the human populace. People who use their quirks to help others, allegedly. Nezu had to be cautious about what is heard and talked about. For all he knows, they purposely lied to him so that he couldn't be integrated into society. Still, he only had what he eavesdropped on, and what he talked about with Midoriya. It's not a lot, but hopefully it would be enough for them to get into a city and get their bearings. Nezu's heart increased its tempo as the two of them continued towards the unknown. Midoriya said there would be a path they could follow to a train station, they just had to head southwest. After 5 minutes of non-stop running, 𝐭𝐲𝐲 and Nezu finally halted to catch their breath. Nezu bent over gasping for air, whilst 𝐭𝐲𝐲 mirrored. The cold night air felt both good, as it was the first sense of fresh air they had, and it hurt as they were practically gulping the air down. When they caught their breath, they looked behind them to only see a appealing green forest twinkling in the moonlight. Okay, Nezu finally spoke. Are we ready to move? 𝐭𝐲𝐲 chattered softly at the white rodent in what sounded like a questioning tone. Midoriya said the train station is southwest on a path. The genius looked at the brown wallet in his hand. A feeling of heaviness came to his chest as he stared at the leather material. The rodent shook his head and looked around to see if he could find something to point him in the right direction. That was when he noticed some moss growing on the trees in the forest. If he recalled correctly, Japan was in the northern hemisphere, so moss grew in the north. He learned this from a book Midoriya lent Nezu one time. Apparently, he had to pull a lot of favors for that. As Nezu double-checked to make sure all of the mossy trees had moss on the relative same side, he finally got his bearings. "Okay, let us move, my friend," he commanded. 𝐭𝐲 nodded his head before the two took off in the southwestish area. After what feels like a couple of miles of walking, they finally find a dirt path that had footprints all over it. 𝐭𝐲 was about to step out into the path, but Nezu thought of something. "Wait," he called. 𝐭𝐲 stopped and looked back at the white rodent, a glare in his eyes. "We can't go on a train like this, they might kick us out." "More like shoo them off, but still." 𝐭𝐲 realized that Nezu was right and held up a paw. The little tanuki ran into some bushes and Nezu heard a lot of crunching for some reason, along with heavy breathing. After a few seconds, a very hairy human emerged from the bush. Nezu looked up and down at the man. Aside from the fact he looked like a mop with legs, it could pass as a human. However, Nezu knew that a hairy naked man wouldn't stand, even if he's never been outside of the lab walls. "A good disguise, my friend, but hold off on that until we reach the station. We don't want people freaking out on the path. Let's just follow the path on the side for now and lay low." The human nodded his head and went back to the bush. Emerged 𝐭𝐲 ready to continue on. With that, the two experiment followed the path, out of sight. After about 15 minutes of walking, they finally found the station. They saw a small crowd of people waiting for the next train to arrive, blissfully unaware of the event that had taken place a few miles from here. Nezu continued to look around for something to cover up 𝐭𝐲. It was a very brisk night, so humans would be wearing coats. Hopefully they could find one that would cover 𝐭𝐲's entire body. Eventually, Nezu saw a large gray overcoat. It was draped over a bench next to a man who seemed to be reading a magazine of sorts. Whether the overcoat was his or someone who 𝐂𝐻 actually left it, Nezu didn't care, he needed it. 𝐭𝐲, do you think you can grab that coat over there? The little tanuki looked to where Nezu was pointing and nodded his head. He immediately sprang to action and snuck over to the bench. As 𝐭𝐲 approached his target, he heard the man hum as he was reading the magazine. He put the coat's arm in his mouth and slowly began dragging it away, hoping to not draw attention to himself. Just as it looked like he was going to get away with it, the train pulled up to the station. "Train for Mustafu. Station has arrived," a speaker announced. The man tucked his magazine into his armpit and grabbed his coat, much to Nezu and 𝐭𝐲's displeasure. The man felt something stopping him from taking his coat and turned and faced the little brown tanuki. "Hey," he yelled. "Let go." 𝐭𝐲 did the opposite of that, and began to pull on the coat. The man was not expecting this, and after a quick second of tug-of-war, 𝐭𝐲 got the coat, and began to run back into the woods with it. Nezu strained his ears and heard the man complain. What does a tanuki need a coat for anyway? With that, the man glumly went onto the train. Another announcement is made about the train leaving and another arriving in 15 minutes. After that, 𝐭𝐲 came back with the man's overcoat in his mouth. "Well, that could have gone better, still well done." 𝐭𝐲 nodded his head and gave the coat to the rodent. He then marched into a nearby bush, which was followed by some crunching and the emerging of the hairy human again. "All right, hopefully this fits." Nezu handed the coat over to 𝐭𝐲, who tried it on. The coat was a little too big at first, but 𝐭𝐲 was about to shapeshift to fit before Nezu stopped him. "Wait, my friend. We need room so I can get on too. It might be uncomfortable, but I might need to be in the coat with you." 𝐭𝐲 looked at Nezu like he was crazy, which caused the white rodent to sigh. "Believe me, I am not thrilled about it either. So, until we have to, let's not go down that route, shall we?" 𝐭𝐲 nodded his head, and finally, the two sat in the bushes nearby, waiting for the next train to Mustafu. As they laid there though, Nezu took out Midoriya's wallet and stared at the contents inside. Whether it was boredom, curiosity, or just wanting to learn more about the man, Nezu couldn't tell. Still, he felt no qualms opening it and studying his old friend. The first thing that popped out was his identification. It had a small picture of the black-haired man with a soft smile on his lips. On the ID was his identification number, BLD type, date of birth, current residence, and marital status. "Married to Inko Midoriya," Nezu whispered. His thoughts go back to the promise he made to Hisoshi. He promised Hisoshi that he would let Inko know what happened, yet the man was dead, so he had no obligation to do it. So why did he feel the need to do so? Hisoshi was a man who let the lab continue, despite what happened, yet he also said it was to help his newborn son. Perhaps telling Miss Midoriya what happened could possibly uncover if Hisoshi was telling the truth or not. The rodent shook his head and moved on to the pockets. There was a decent amount of yen in the main pocket, a couple of receipts, credit cards, train card, gift cards, and finally, a picture. When Nezu pulled that out, he saw a picture of him, who he presumed to be his wife, with both of them holding and looking down at a small green-haired baby with big proud smiles on their faces. Perhaps he was telling the truth. Nezu confided. The white rodent put the picture back after hearing the arrival of a new train. 𝐭𝐲 stood up whilst Nezu climbed inside the overcoat. 𝐭𝐲 tittered something that caused the rodent to roll his eyes. "This isn't comfortable for me either, just get us on the train and we can get out of this." With that, 𝐭𝐲 sighed and walked over to the terminal. As they approached it, the automated card reader had the gate doors closed. Thankfully, Nezu handed 𝐭𝐲 the wallet, but it did get a few eyes on them. Aside from that though, they waited about 2 minutes before the train to Mustafu arrived. When they boarded the train, that was when they finally realized something. They actually escaped, and they were free. A train ride later, stopping at Mustafu Station. Stopping at Mustafu Station. The announcement repeated. 𝐭𝐲 and Nezu perked up when they finally reached their destination. This was it, their first step into the city. It was a little more secretive than they imagined, but they can't exactly walk around naked. Well, maybe they can. No, better to make sure they are covered up. 𝐭𝐲 stood up, walked out the train car, and is immediately shoved out of the way of another human. The women pushed her way past 𝐭𝐲, squishing Nezu in the process as she got on the train car. Another person shoved their way past them. As they did though, they had some words to say to him. "Quit blocking the path, you moron." 𝐭𝐲 stayed still, shocked at the immediate hostility, thinking they've been found out, but when a third person ran into them muttering something under their breath, they both realized that people were just like this. On that note, 𝐭𝐲 took a couple steps away from the car, and a couple more people piled in before the doors closed, and the train left. Their first interaction with the city, and they were shoved and insulted, not the best introductions. 𝐭𝐲 sighed before leaving the station. As he took a look at one of the many clocks nearby and let Nezu get a peek too. From the looks of it, the time was about 10:30 at night. 10:30 now, Nezu began. As he was thinking, 𝐭𝐲 continued to try his find a way out of the station. About a 15 to 20 minute ride here, a 10-minute wait for a train, about 30 minutes of traveling in the woods, and maybe 45 to an hour in the lab. We started the escape at around 8:30 then if my math is right. Calculations helped calm Nezu down. If he was being honest, he was nervous. Midoriya told him that there were good people, yet everyone he has met, sans Midoriya, has either tried to kill him, study him, or insult him. Now here he was in a human-heavy area, with Midoriya's words stuck in his head. Was Hisoshi Midoriya in the minority when it came to human kindness? Or did what he say about there being more kindness ring true? So far, it was looking to be the former. Nezu was shaken from his thoughts when the lights of the city hit both him and 𝐭𝐲 at the same time. Despite it being late, there was still a lot of foot traffic going on, but from what 𝐭𝐲 could see most stores were closed. There were a few that seemed to stay open but not a whole lot, some of them even looked like they were shutting down for the night. 𝐭𝐲 tittered something quietly so only Nezu could hear. The rodent hummed in thought. "We should probably find a place to stay for the night. A motel or something. We can discuss our plans then." Nezu could feel 𝐭𝐲 nod his head, and with that they were off. After a few minutes of walking, 𝐭𝐲 tittered saying he might have found something. Nezu waited patiently in the hot overcoat, the crisp night wind occasionally blowing inside relieving the hot rodent. Soon though, Nezu heard the sound of an automatic door opening, followed by a ring. Then there was a female voice. "Good evening, sir, how can I help you?" a female voice said. "Oh right, this could be a problem." Seeing as how 𝐭𝐲 couldn't speak, that means communication would be a bit of an issue. That left the dynamic duo in a bit of a pickle. Does Nezu speak up, possibly revealing their little issue and being shunned? Does he lie and say that 𝐭𝐲's quirk was being able to speak without moving his mouth? Does he keep quiet and hope nothing goes horribly wrong? So many variables yet so little time. Is everything all right, sir? The woman asked. Nezu was about to answer, but 𝐭𝐲𝐲 put a hand inside the coat and covered his mouth. The white rodent took the message and let 𝐭𝐲𝐲 handle it. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 meanwhile shook his head no whilst pointed at his, admittedly hairy, lips. He also made a lock and key motion to signal the problem. The female receptionist covered her mouth as she said an "oh" sound and put up a finger. Just a minute, sir. She ducked underneath and grabbed a pencil along with a loose piece of paper and handed over to 𝐭𝐲𝐲. Here you go. Just write out what you need to say. Lucky break, both of them thought. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 began to write down what they needed, which was a 2-bedroom. The women read the piece of paper and smiled. Of course. Waiting for your wife. Oh right, there was 2 of them, but technically only 1 guest. The tanuki shook his head no and looked at the ground a little shyly. Oh, you like spacious rooms. I completely understand. Nezu was taken by surprise. So far, the most humans are nice theory that Midoriya gave was coming up cold, yet this one seemed to be just like Midoriya, at least on the surface. The woman typed into her computer, and eventually found a room for the duo. She told them the room number and the accommodations that came with staying with them. A complimentary breakfast, a television in the room, and a do not disturb sign if they so needed. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 gave a thumbs up as the woman smiled. Perfect, that'll be 3,000 yen for the night, she explained. Thankfully Midoriya kept a decent amount of cash on him. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 fished out the money from the wallet, handed it over, and the woman handed 𝐭𝐲𝐲 the key to the room, as well as a do not disturb sign. We hope you enjoy your stay. If you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to ask. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 nodded and gave a little bow as thanks and headed towards the room. He unlocked the door, placed the do not disturb sign, went in, locked it, and removed the overcoat, letting Nezu go to finally breath and walk around. All things considered, that went well. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 nodded as he removed the overcoat and tossed it on the bed. The tanuki then went to the bathroom, a couple snaps were heard, and 𝐭𝐲𝐲 comes out back in his regular form. Nezu hopped up on the bed without the coat and turned on the TV whilst 𝐭𝐲𝐲 curled up on the opposite bed. Nezu was really putting on the TV for white noise. Luckily for him the news was on, so if he wanted to learn about current events, now would be a good time. Still, before learning came planning. The white rodent turned to his escapee friend and the little tanuki poked his head out from his paws. Okay, so we need to make sure we can both travel around so you don't have to carry me everywhere. That means we need clothes. After that though is the real question. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 chattered something that caused Nezu to sigh. We can contact the other Midoriyas once we can walk around freely, but perhaps we should study this city and the world a bit more before 𝐭𝐻𝐲𝐲 nearly growled his next sentence. No, you're right. We made a promise, we should keep it. Just, let's get proper clothes, then we'll go, okay? 𝐭𝐻𝐲𝐲 nodded his head before curling back up on the bed and closing his eyes. Nezu took a deep breath and turned to the TV. He was a part of the human world now. He should take the time to learn as much as he can before resting. With that, the white rodent took the remote and turned up the volume for the news. Current events are the easiest to grasp after all. The next day, as 𝐭𝐲𝐲 transformed back into his human-esque form, Nezu stared at the address of Midoriya's ID. He committed the address to memory before handing the wallet to 𝐭𝐲𝐲. The tanuki human then put on the overcoat and motioned for the white rodent to get in. Nezu took one last breath of fresh air before crawling inside the coat. With that, they were off. As they returned the key, the receptionist changed, and it was an older gentleman. They took the key and thanked them for spending the night with a smile on his face. With that, the duo were off to find a clothing shop. As they walked around Musjufu, they would occasionally bump into people, as Nezu would squirm a bit due to not being comfortable. Every time they did, it was a flip of coin on whether the reaction was a positive one or a negative one. So far it seemed like the negative side was winning, with 4 people insulting them and 3 people apologizing. Still, despite the initial reactions, this is only the start of Nezu's experiment. After walking around for about 30 minutes, they finally found a small clothing store. Nothing too expensive, and they could probably find clothes for Nezu here, as they also served kid sizes. With bated breath, the two entered the store. "Good day, sir," a young female greeted. She was so young, she had to be a senior in high school. Let us know if you need anything. Kazuyo nodded his head too. The greeter and continued deep in the store. He immediately went to the kids section to find something that Nezu could wear. As Kazuyo started picking out shirts and briefs, Nezu would remind him to not take any of the brightly colored ones as he didn't want to stick out any more than he already did. For some reason it was a little hard as a lot of the children's tees were about heroes. Mostly about the most popular one at the moment, a man by the name of All Might. Nezu learned a little bit more about the hero culture before he went to sleep last night. Whilst one could assume Midoriya's words rang true because heroes, people who are supposed to do good, were thing, the counterpoint was that villains are what caused heroes to be needed in the first place. Regardless, a lot of them wore bright colors, which Nezu did not really want to wear. Eventually, Kazuya was able to find some jeans, and a black shirt that had the word t-shirt on it, and white sneakers. Basic, and inconspicuous, perfect for the white rodent. Kazuya took the clothes and headed his way to the dressing room to get into a stall. Once he got in, he locked the door behind him, and removed the coat for Nezu to break free. The white rodent breathed in some fresh air and sighed complacently. Kazuya then buttoned up the overcoat, and sat down, waiting for Nezu to fit into the shirt, shoes, and jeans. Once the little rodent pulled the shirt over his head, he took a look at himself in the mirror. The jeans were a little tight, and honestly Nezu thought he looked weird, but he knew that this was the best they could do. "All right, this will work," he said to Kazuya. The hairy hybrid nodded his head in agreement. "Now help me remove these security tags." Kazuya tried to yank the tags off at first, but when they wouldn't come loose, he decided to try to finesse it instead of forcing it. He turned his hands into tiny claws and tried to maneuver them just enough to find the release latch in the tags. Once he did that, the tags came off faster than Getaway Car. With a new look, Nezu gave a satisfied nod and pointed at Kazuya again. "All right, my friend, now find clothes for you, we can't hang on to the overcoat forever." Kazuya chattered a response before leaving the room. After 30 seconds, Nezu exited so it wasn't so obvious what was going down. One could argue that what they were doing was illegal, and they would be right. At the same time, it's not like these two had much of a choice. Little clothing, a dead man's wallet with who knows how little money, and technically escapees. If they had to bend the rules a bit, so be it. As Nezu continued to be lost in thought, some screaming broke him from his thoughts. He turned to see an older man shouting something at a younger male worker. "This shirt had a stain, and you're telling me I won't get my money back," he yelled. The younger man bowed lightly, refusing to look the older man in the eye. "I'm sorry, sir, but unless you have the receipt, we cannot issue a refund, you worthless cheats," the man yelled. Thankfully, he threw the shirt on the floor before storming out of the shop. A couple of the employees sighed at the mess, some customers left, whilst others continued shopping. Nezu frowned at the spectacle. "Midoriya, so far your words are not ringing true," he thought. Nezu felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned around and was faced with Kazuya in a new look. He still had the grey overcoat on, however, it was unbuttoned, and underneath was a red-collared shirt. He was also wearing black slacks and some shoes. Overall, he looked very natural, if a little scary looking. "Perfect. Now take it off and we'll go pay for it." Kazuya chattered a yes before heading back to the dressing rooms. Finally, their clothes ordeal was over. As they paid the man at the counter, he bowed slightly. "We're very sorry about the incident you witnessed," he said. "We will give you a 10% discount for the disturbance." Kazuya and Nezu weren't complaining. As they paid for Kazuya's clothes, the man gave a smile and a nod. "Thank you for shopping with us. Please come again." With that, the two left the store. They ducked into an alley nearby that no one using so that Kazuya could get dressed in peace. As the hybrid was putting on his new shoes though, Nezu saw a group of 5 people approach them. They all had smirks or grins on their face as they eyed the now fully dressed hybrid and small rodent. "Hey there fellas," the leader greeted. Nezu saw that this man was holding a pipe. The one next to him seemed to have some kind of mutant quirk, as he had a wolf head with canines showing. The other 3 had standard shirts and jeans. One was wearing an All Might shirt, another was wearing a basic green t-shirt, and the last one was wearing a blue hoodie. Nezu could tell they were going to be a problem. However, he couldn't be noticed. So, he thought that persuasion was his best course of action. With a smile, he raised his paw and waved lightly at them. "Greetings, gentlemen," he said. "How can we help you?" "Well, you see," the leader started. "Me and my boys are a little low on yen at the moment. We were hoping you could lend some to us." His tone was one of false emotions. This wasn't someone low on money, this was just a shakedown. "I would gladly lend you some money." 3 of the crew gave cocky smiles. Someone easy for once. "However, we just ran out as me and my friend here just got done shopping, so we can't help you on the department. If you find us some other time though, we will gladly lend you some." "Th, smartus," the wolf growled. "Yeah, you see that's not going to happen," the leader boasted. "I think you're lying to us, so here's what's going to happen." The pipe he slung on his shoulder was now lightly tapping into his other hand. "You're going to hand over all your money, or my friends and I beat the CRP out of you, and take it anyway. Which will it be?" Persuasion didn't work, Nezu thought. Perhaps intimidation. The little rodent chuckled lightly. He then glared at the group with no emotion in his eyes. "Do you really think that assaulting us is a wise choice?" As Nezu said that, 𝐭𝐸𝐲 let out a guttural growl as his right hand turned into a large bear claw. All Might shirt and blue hoodie seemed to rethink things, but the other 3 stayed stoic. "Tough guys here," the thug smiled. "Good, it's been a while since I had fun. Get them." With that, the 5 of them charged the 2. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 got in a defensive stance whilst Nezu followed suit. If they can get this over quickly, then hopefully no consequences can come of it. Just as the group was about to reach them though, a wall appeared out of nowhere in front of 𝐭𝐸𝐲 and Nezu, which caused the group to ram into it. Nezu realized it wasn't one of their quirks and turned to try and find a suspect. To his left at the end of the alley, was a person who looked like a block of stone kneeling on the ground with his arms in them. "Now midnight," the man said. All of a sudden from behind him came a scantily clad woman rushing towards them. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 and Nezu shifted their defense towards her, but as they did, she released a purple cloud from her exposed skin. The thing about it though was the cloud wasn't aimed at them, it was aimed at their attackers. "Atu," one of the thugs coughed. "Huh?" rose. With that, Nezu heard a pipe hit the ground, along with 5 soft thuds. The purple cloud dissipated, and the wall of cement went back into the ground, and Nezu saw all 5 of his attackers incapacitated. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 turned his claw back into a hand and the 2 heroes approached them. "Are you two all right?" the stone-head one said. As Nezu got a closer look at these heroes, and heard their voices, he noticed something. They were young. Fresh out of high school young. "Are you two hurt?" 𝐭𝐸𝐲 chatters a bit and shakes his head no. The 2 teens look a little confused at first but shrug it off as they look at Nezu. "What about you?" the girl asked. "I'm fine, now that my assaulters are dealt with," Nezu said. "Thank you, you too. I won't forget this. We're here to help, it's what we do," the girl smiled. "Are you sure we didn't get you in the crossfire?" "Quite positive, ma'am, although may I ask your names?" The stone-headed one went to check on the thugs whilst the girl did a small, but very SNSL pose. "My name is Midnight, the 18-plus hero." Her costume certainly fits the part, Nezu thought. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 seemed to eye the girl questioningly. The girl gave 𝐭𝐸𝐲 a wink, causing the rodent to be even more confused. "I'm Cementos," the stone-head one said as he handcuffed the 5 thugs. "All right, before we can let you go, we still need your statements to give to the police." "Of course, my fine young heroes." Nezu agreed. With that, Nezu gave their statement to the young heroes with 𝐭𝐸𝐲 occasionally nodding in agreement. Once they gave the statement, the police arrived and scraped the criminals away. With that, the 4 began to say their goodbyes. "Remember, if you're ever in any trouble, don't be afraid to call for heroes," Midnight said. "Actually, before you go, I do have something." The 2 young heroes looked at the rodent with quirked eyebrows. Nezu asked them where they could find Hisoshi Midoriya's apartment. Of course, not like that. He gave them the street name and address and pretended to say it was a co-worker's place that they've never been to before. The heroes gladly pointed them in the right direction. With that, the group once again said their goodbyes. 𝐒𝐿mentos and Midnight, correct. The two heroes nodded their head at the white little furball. I will make sure to remember those names. Thank you for your help. It's what we're here for, 𝐒𝐿mentos said with a smile. With that, Kazuya and Nezu made their way to the Midoriya apartment. A few minutes later, Nezu and Kazuya stared at the wooden door in front of them. This was it. Hisoshi Midoriya's apartment. The moment of truth. Their dying friend's last wish. For some reason, Nezu felt a little sick to his stomach. Maybe it was because he hasn't eaten in the past day. Maybe it was because he was nervous. It didn't matter. All that mattered was honoring Hisoshi's wishes. With one last breath, Nezu lifted his paw and knocked on the door. Just a minute, a female voice called out. So, the wife was true, Nezu thought. Soon after that thought, the door opened and standing in it was a green-haired slim woman that looked exactly like the photo in Hisoshi's wallet. Hello there, she greeted, noticing Kazuya first, before her eyes trailed down to Nezu. Can I help you? To be continued. Hello Miss Midoriya, Nezu greeted with a bow. I'm here on behalf of Hisoshi, your husband. Nezu saw something in 𝐭𝐸's eyes. It was shock and confusion, sure, but there was something else. Pain. Grief. Did she already know what happened? How could she? I see, 𝐭𝐸 said as her eyes trailed to the ground. She shook her head and still put on a small smile. Would you gentlemen like to come in? The two of them nodded and proceeded into the room. The greenette motioned for them into the living room, where a sofa and a recliner resided, with a coffee table in between them and a small television on the opposite side. Both Kazuya and Nezu sat on the sofa, and 𝐭𝐸 stopped just behind the recliner. Nezu tilted his head quizzically at her as she seemed to be mumbling something. It wasn't loud, he just saw her mouth move and her gaze shifted to the side a bit. Finally, she looked at the two of them. Would either of you like tea whilst we talk? She asked. Nezu didn't. He wanted to get this over as soon as possible, to hopefully lessen the blow. Yet as he looked at the women, he could tell that it was more for her sake than his or Kazuya's. Besides, tea was often used to discuss things anyway. Nezu was about to answer but noticed her making it already. He turned to Kazuya, who tittered something. Oh, he had already nodded his head for her. Maybe I should be quicker to answer next time. Nezu thought. Perhaps I overthink things. No, better to be safe, we can't afford too many distractions. The two escapees sat patiently for 5 minutes as 𝐭𝐸 made the tea, with the occasional glance from her as she prepped it. When she asked what they wanted, Nezu got what he usually got from Hisashi. Chamomile with a hint of mint. Basic, but it was what he was limited to. Kazuya meanwhile said he wanted green tea. When 𝐭𝐸 finally handed them their tea, the two of them gratefully thanked her for it. When Nezu put his lips to the cup, he felt his stomach churn a bit. It was exactly how Hisoshi prepped it. So that just sealed the deal. This was Hisoshi's wife, no doubt about it now. So, 𝐭𝐸 started as she set her cup down. What can you tell me about my husband? Straight to the point. Nezu liked that, even if this was probably not the best news she would hear. Well, before I do, I have to ask you if you knew about Hisoshi's work. 𝐭𝐸 looked down into her steam cup and sighed. She gave a nod but stayed silent. That was a surprise. With what Hisoshi had to do, Nezu was sure that he would lie to her. Seeing as she knew, that meant that she also let the lab go on despite knowing the horrors that lied within. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Good, then this makes it a little easier. The white rodent took a sip from his tea and collected his thoughts. Last night, heroes raided the compound, causing everyone to panic. This also gave some of the subjects a chance to escape. He was caught aiding them in their escape. Nezu could see her prep for what she already knew. The best course of action was to just be blunt. I'm sorry to say, but your husband is dead, Miss Midoriya. Nezu held his position as 𝐭𝐸 set down her teacup and began crying into her hands. Nezu sat awkwardly staring at her. He wasn't sure how to handle this situation. Thankfully, Kazuya did. The tanuki put his cup down and walked over to her side and placed a consoling hand on her shoulder. The woman slowly put her arms around Kazuya and the tanuki let her do so with no restraint. Nezu meanwhile waited for her to collect herself, taking a few sips from his cup. After a minute, 𝐿𝐭 released her grip on 𝐒𝐻𝐲 and cleared her throat. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 returned to his seat and closed his eyes, waiting for Nezu's part. Forgive me, 𝐿𝐭 sniffed. Don't be, Nezu comforted. It's a natural response. The three sat in contempt silence, enjoying a few sips of tea. I've worked with your husband many times. He was a good person. 𝐿𝐭 grew a sad smile. He was. A couple of tears dripped into her cup before she wiped them with her sleeve. Thank you for letting me know. May I ask your names? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 finished his tea and Nezu did the same. My name is Nezu, and this is my partner 𝐒𝐻𝐲. As they set their tea down, 𝐿𝐭's eyes widened in realization. You're Nezu, she asked pointing. The rodent nodded his head. And you're 𝐒𝐻𝐲. The hair shapeshifter followed suit. 𝐿𝐭 covered her mouth with her hands and gasped. You both escaped, both froze in fear. She knew who they were. How much did 𝐻𝐻𝐲 tell her? Nezu stiffened and braced himself for anything. Will she call the cops? Will she attack them, thinking they killed him? What is she going to do? How do you know who we are? Nezu asked in a quiet tone. 𝐻𝐻𝐲, he tried to get you released from there. Both of you. Both felt something swell in their chests. It wasn't an act. 𝐻𝐻𝐲 truly did care for them. It felt as if 1,000 pounds have been lifted from their shoulders. Wait, 𝐿𝐭's voice cut them from their thoughts. How did he die? Nezu stayed silent for a second. He had to choose his next words carefully. This was his friend's wife mourning him. What to say? He died helping us, Nezu admitted. The lab was attacked, and the scientists were hoping to keep some of us as they relocated. Your husband stopped that from happening. We are alive because of him. There was a moment of uneasiness in the air but was alleviated as 𝐿𝐭 smiled and released a tiny giggle. A small stream of tears dripped down her face. That sounds like him. I don't know what you think about him, but know that he cared about every single animal there. I still don't know why he continued to work there. Nezu shifted a little bit. He said it was to support you and your son. To make sure you had a healthy lifestyle. That doesn't make it right though, she seemed to be conflicted with this. How can she not be? Nezu himself was conflicted with 𝐻𝐻𝐲's ideals. How is the man's wife supposed to feel? Miss Midoriya. Nezu's voice cuts her from her stupor. 𝐻𝐻𝐲 may not have been the best man, but I know he was well-meaning. His heart was always in the right place. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 nodded his head in agreement. I am somewhat reluctant to admit it, but he was the hope for us. Every time I talked with him, he tried his best to make sure I was comfortable, more so than he had to. Nezu stepped down from the couch and walked over to the slim woman and put his paw on her hand. It may not be much, but know I hold no ill will to your late husband. 𝐿𝐭 looked at Nezu and could tell he was sincere. She looked over to 𝐒𝐻𝐲, who had a soft smile and nodded his head. The young woman patted Nezu's paw. It means a lot, actually. Thank you. Nezu removed his paw and gave her a nod. He then tries to reach for his teacup, but before he can, the teacup floats up and slowly moves towards 𝐿𝐭. Please let me, you two are guests. She waves her fingers towards 𝐒𝐻𝐲's cup and it slowly floats towards her. It must have been her quirk. Are you two done or would you like some more? Both shook their heads no as 𝐿𝐭 returned the cups to the kitchen. As she put them in the sink though, a loud wail can be heard from a room nearby. Nezu and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 covered their sensitive ears as the wailing continued, before 𝐿𝐭 bowed apologetically. I'm sorry. Give me a minute. With that she rushed out of the kitchen and into a nearby room. The scream got a little louder before finally quieting down a bit. The two animals uncover their ears as the hellish screaming stopped. A few moments later, 𝐿𝐭 came walking out of the room, shushing a creature cradled in her arms. I'm so sorry about that, she whispered. I guess little Izuku got tired of napping. This caught both of their attentions. They looked over to get a little closer look at the small vulnerable baby in the mother's arms. They see a tiny head, with a small tuft of green hair, resting in her arms, babbling incoherently. So, this is the child 𝐻𝐻𝐲 sacrificed himself for. Nezu thought. 𝐒𝐭 could see Nezu eyeing her child and gently sat down back in her chair. She then lowered her arms a tiny bit. Would you like to say hi, you too? Nezu got a little bit closer and peered to get a better look at the small human. His small tuft of hair was already starting to curl, and Nezu could see the start of some freckles starting to form. The little child finally opened its eyes and looked at the rodent in front of him. Small green orbs locked with pitch black ones, and Nezu felt entranced. There was something about this child. Nezu couldn't put his finger to paw on it, but something about this child just stuck with him. Finally, a tiny hand reached out from the cloth, inching closer to Nezu. Nezu gives the little hand one of his paws and the child begins giggling. Look at that, he likes you, 𝐒𝐭 smiled. The tiny hand brought the paw to the baby and he hugged it with a huge smile on his face and an innocent babble. Nezu felt something flutter in his stomach. Eventually the small human released its grip but continued to babble happily in his mother's arm. Nezu looked at the two and saw how happy they were. How happy 𝐒𝐭𝐻 was, and it tore his heart open. I think we should be going, he said. We're sorry about everything, Miss Midoriya. As he finished saying that, he fished out the wallet from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. 𝐒𝐭 quirked an eyebrow at the movement, but she soon recognized the wallet. He gave it to us to help us escape. We also had to use some money to help us get around. We'll pay back every yen. With that, the two of them began to make their way to the door. The tanuki gave a small bow to 𝐒𝐭 and a little wave to Izuku before opening the door. Thank you, 𝐒𝐭 said. Both of you for telling me everything. A grateful but sad smile was on her lips. As Nezu was about to exit though, a final thought ran through his mind. He promised one last thing. Miss Midoriya. 𝐒𝐭 looked back at Nezu as she continued to bounce her baby boy. 𝐒𝐿 wanted me to let you know one last thing. He took one last final breath. He said to let you know that he has and will always love you and your son, and that he is watching over you. They had a small gasp escape from her lips as tears dripped down her face again. Have a good rest of your day, Miss Midoriya, and again, we're sorry. Kazuya gave a supporting nod before they finally left the widowed mother. As they exited the apartment building, the sun shined down on them, and its warmth was finally felt on their skin fur. The weight was lifted off to the heavens, and now began their newest challenge. Their first steps into the real world. So, now what do we do, my friend? Kazuya tittered a response. True, but where do we go? We don't have any money. Kazuya sarcastically chattered. Well, excuse me for forgetting that I'm technically an animal. Still, sleeping in the trees is less than ideal, but it's the best we got. Did you see any parks nearby? Kazuya nodded his head and pointed down the street. Well then, lead the way. After a few minutes of exploring, Kazuya finally found the park he saw earlier. With Nezu hot on his tail, almost literally, the two entered the park. The park was inhabited by what you would expect. A family having a picnic, kids playing on a playground, couples out on a date, a very relaxed setting. Nezu and Kazuya weren't just going to spend the whole day here, of course, but they figured they could scout out a place for the night. Still, the park was very plain. Not a whole lot of places they could rest that would protect them from the cold. Kazuya chattered something and pointed off in the distance. Nezu looked and saw a wall of trees and shrubs off from the paved path into what looked like a lusher area. Out of sight from the main park, a decent cover from the wind at night, overall, it looked like the best they could do. Good find, Kazuya, Nezu praised. The tanuki human hybrid smiled lightly as they made their way towards their potential home for the night. However, Nezu noticed something off. The wall of forestry was off the main path of the park, yet when they walked over there seemed signs of wear and tear on the grass. It was patted down like it was used often, and there bits of fast food trash littered around the wall. When they finally got to it, Nezu voiced his opinion. Kazuya, I don't think we're the first. As they pushed past the shrubs a tree, they found what honestly could have been an extension of the park. There was a small paved path, but on the parts that weren't paved were tarps, tents, stacked boxes, bottles both full and empty, cots, and people wearing old clothes. One's here. Great minds think alike, it seems. Or at the very least, people in similar situations do. You two seem new, a voice said. They looked over to the side to see an aged man with to-go box of soba noodles in his hands, sitting in a foldable chair. The man had graying hair, a white shirt that was slightly stained, with a blue coat that was a bit tattered. He also had black jeans, with dark brown work boots that seemed more than slightly used. "Is this your first time here?" he asked as he finished the last bits of his lunch. Yes, but it seems to be taken." The older gentleman laughed as he set his to-go box down. "Relax, I'm sure we can find you a place to rest. Follow me." The man moved towards the camo but stopped when he noticed the two of them weren't following. "Well, come on then, don't keep blocking the entrance to our little haven." 𝐭𝐲 and Nezu looked at each other for a second before following the old man. "So, how did you find this place? Who told 𝐻𝐻𝐾 about it?" "No one did, we sort of stumbled upon it ourselves." The man looked back at them with a quirked eyebrow. He just shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to ask another question. As they walked around the camp, Nezu took note of everything he saw. Shredded tents and tarps, people in clothes of the same caliber, people without any coats, old men and women, people coughing and hacking, all of these and more filled the camp. How can humans let something like this happen? Was all that Nezu could think. Soon they reached what looked to be a fairly used blue tarp that was covering a small hut-like structure. The old man grabbed the tarp and shook it a little bit. "Oi, 𝐬𝐸𝐽, you awake?" he asked. "Give me a minute," a slurred voice responded. There was the slight noise of someone moving around before the tarp flapped open. In it was a middle-aged man with what looked like gills in his neck, a small goatee, and a dark gray sweatshirt on. "Can I help you, 𝐻𝐻𝐾?" The man looked like he was just woken up from a nap. The old man named 𝐻𝐻𝐾 motioned to Nezu and 𝐭𝐲. "These two need a place for the night. Seeing as how you have a night job, I figured you wouldn't mind a few new roommates." 𝐬𝐸𝐽 looked over at Nezu and 𝐭𝐲 as if he is analyzing them. He then sighs and opens the tarp a little bit more. "Yeah, just be quiet when I'm sleeping." "There you go," 𝐻𝐻𝐾 said, patting the tarp. "Home sweet home." "Thank you both," Nezu said with a small bow. "But we don't need the tarp right now, we were just scouting for a spot later tonight." "In that case I'm heading back to bed," 𝐬𝐸𝐽 grumbled as he closed the tarp. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 sighed and face-palmed. "Sorry about him, he's just angry when he's tired," 𝐻𝐻𝐾 explained. "Also sorry for assuming you both need a place right now. We get all sorts of people here, so you never know." "No, it was our fault for not explaining." Nezu apologized. 𝐭𝐲 finally chattered something which caused 𝐻𝐻𝐾 to look at him weirdly. "What was that? Never got your names." "I'm Nezu, and this is 𝐭𝐲." 𝐭𝐲 gives the man a small head nod. "And he was just arguing with me about something, that's all." 𝐻𝐻𝐾 looked over at 𝐭𝐲 who was frowning at Nezu. "We can't just sit here and do nothing. We'll come back later tonight." 𝐭𝐲 just sighed and rubbed his eyes a bit before nodding his head. "Right then, well, if you don't mind me asking, why's 𝐭𝐲 usually silent?" 𝐭𝐲 hissed a little bit, causing 𝐻𝐻𝐾 to subconsciously take a couple steps back. Nezu face-palmed and hit 𝐭𝐲 on the leg. "𝐭𝐲 and I have a bit of a checkered past. He's a bit of a mute, but I'm the only one who can understand him." 𝐻𝐻𝐾 stuck his hands up and bowed his head slightly. "Forgive me, it was rude to ask." 𝐭𝐲 continued to eye 𝐻𝐻𝐾 but gave a head nod to accept the apology. "Well then, I hope you two find whatever it is you go looking for." With that, 𝐻𝐻𝐾 heads back to the entrance. With the two of them finally alone, they decide to rest a bit and sit on the grass with their backs against their shelter. Nezu sighed loudly as if the stress of today has finally been released. 𝐭𝐲 meanwhile chatted up a topic. "Well, I want to study Japan a bit more, but I know we also need money to help us along. So, I think we should find a job to help us along." 𝐭𝐲 muttered something that threw Nezu off guard. "That's true. Why would any company hire us if we have no past? I guess part-time jobs are what's going to happen for now." 𝐭𝐲 murmured something again. "That might work, but how are going to find someone to forge them?" 𝐭𝐲 was silent to this. "Well then, in any case, we won't get anything done sitting here. Break time's over." Both sighed as they stood up. They then began to head back to the entrance. As they were walking though, they got a little lost in the camp and were most likely walking in circles. They kept seeing the desolate tents, people smoking and drinking, and an overall miserable experience. Yet, they also saw something more than that. They saw how friendly everyone was. How close they were. There were tents filled with people gambling and playing games like 𝐶𝐿o, shogi, mahjong, even poker. They even saw a younger man give up his lunch to one of the older residents, and the man couldn't have had a wider smile. Despite their situation, they are making the best of it. Maybe Nezu and Kazuya should as well. Eventually they found the entrance with Oda still sitting in his spot, this time though he was reading a book. Was wondering when you made your way back, he commented as he flipped a page. Yes, well, this camp was bigger than we thought. Oda laughed at the smaller animal's words. Ain't it a sight? Nezu couldn't tell if he meant that as a good thing or a bad thing. After saying goodbye to Oda, they walked into the shrubbery wall and out to the main park. The sun was starting to set, but they still had a few hours to look. With determination, the two set out to begin their new lives. To be continued. Nighttime, at camp, Nezu yawns as he enters the green wall before emerging on the campsite. Today he had no such luck finding a job, he was hoping Kazuya would have a better chance. They decided that splitting up would have been the ideal way to improve their chances. However, a lot of the places Nezu tried out either weren't hiring, or didn't like his credentials. Which, to be fair, were non-existent. 24-hour convenience stores, small restaurants, bars, karaoke places, nobody would hire him. It's not like he expected to get into a bank firm or real estate, but even the part-time jobs were rough. It also didn't help he didn't have a phone that they could contact him with. With the way things were going, he would most likely have to resort to begging, but his pride wouldn't let him. He was already treated like an animal enough, he refused to be treated like that again. He made his way over to his new home, trying to remember which torp was his. Eventually he found it and saw there was a bit of light coming from inside. He shook the torp to let whoever was in there know he was there. Come in, a familiar voice called. Nezu lifted the torp and entered his new home to see Kichi looking in a small mirror, with a small lantern lighting the place up. Kichi seemed to be trimming his facial hair if the small amounts of shaving gel on his face were anything to go by. "Ah right, my new torp mates." "Hello there," Nezu greeted. "Hey." Kichi looked back at the mirror and continued his work as Nezu continued to look around and observe his new living conditions. "Sorry about earlier today." Never gave a proper introduction. "It's quite all right." He looked at the inflatable mattress with a large blanket and poked it slightly. "Yours, I assume?" "Yeah. If you need a sleeping bag for the night, there's a couple in that box in the corner there." Nezu turned to find the box in question exactly where Kichi said it was. He opened it to see a bright yellow sleeping bag, and a dark blue one. Seeing as how Kazuya wasn't here, he decided to call dibs on the dark blue one. Kichi wiped the gel off his face and looked in the mirror to make sure his goatee was trimmed enough. With a satisfied nod he took a water bottle and splashed some water on his face. With that done, he walked over to Nezu. "Now then, my name is Toyo Kichi." He stuck his hand out which Nezu shook with a firm grasp of his paw. "I'm Nezu. A pleasure to meet you, Kichi." "Likewise. If you ever need details about living here, let me know. Or you can ask old man Oda if you can find him." Nezu quirked an eyebrow at the nickname. "It's what most of us have called him. He's been here longer than anyone, and he always willing to give a lending hand." Nezu hummed in understanding. Still it seemed a bit disrespectful. However, there was something that caught his attention. Mainly the ask me anything part. "You said I could ask you or Oda anything, correct?" Kichi nodded and began removing his shirt to reveal a dirty white undershirt. He then pulled out what looked like a grocery store uniform. How do people often end up in these kinds of situations? "What do you mean by situations?" "I mean in a camp like this, homeless, nowhere to go." Kichi continued to get dressed but looked over at Nezu. "Well, how did you and your hairy friend with the raccoon tail get here?" Nezu took a moment to think. Was he trustworthy? Would it really matter if he told Kichi where they came from? Yes, it would. "I guess you can call us immigrants without a plan," he explained. Cryptic. But good enough answer for me. Kichi looked himself over in the mirror one last time and gave a satisfied nod. "Well, To answer your question, it's usually a mix. Some people are here when they have just had a bit of a rough patch. Lost their houses, failed business, family left them, that sort of thing. Nezu nodded for him to continue. Some though are here because of a habit we can't kick. Nezu didn't need that spelt out for him. However, something he said caught him. What do you mean we? 𝐾𝐻 stiffened at Nezu's observation. He coughed lightly into his hand and avoided eye contact. Look, I made mistakes all right. If you're worried about you getting in trouble for it, relax. I kicked it about 3 months ago. The place is clear. The rodent wasn't sure if he should believe him. So he'll just have to snoop whilst he's at his job. All right. Anything else about how people end up here? Some are like you and your friend. Immigrants from China, or somewhere else, but Delta SHT hand. Then there's the quirkless. Quirkless? Nezu repeated. The man nodded his head sadly. A lot of places aren't really keen on the quirkless. Of course no one will openly admit it, but the general consensus is if someone's quirkless, they're kinda weak. For something they can't control. Nezu was able to study a bit on quirks on his search today. The quirkless, those without powers. Only about 20% of the population was quirkless, but that was still a lot of people. In Japan alone, that's around 25 million people. What do you want me to say? I don't control public thought. No, it just surprises me, that's all. 𝐾𝐻 looked like he was going to say something, but an alarm blared from his phone. Sorry Nezu, I gotta go. Ask around if you got any more questions. With that the man left the torp. However, he left one final message. Oh, and don't destroy our home please. Nezu lightly chuckled at the implication. But with that, he was left alone in his shelter. He had nothing to read, no tea to drink, nothing to pass the time. So, that left two things. Learn more about 𝐾𝐻's habit, or spend time getting to know people around camp. What to do, what to do. Kazuya grumbled to himself as he entered the green wall. His luck on finding a job was slim to none. The fact he couldn't talk didn't really help matters either. Most were willing to give him a pen and paper to communicate, but it still was rough. Thankfully, he got lucky and found a couple thousand yen lying on the ground across town and was hopefully able to get enough so they could eat. Still, it wasn't going to be a luxury buffet. Kazuya made his way to the torp he and Nezu had, but he heard a small commotion going off to the side. He didn't think anything of it, but a whiff of someone familiar caught his nose. He heard the commotion again and decided to investigate it. As he walked around camp, he saw some of the people resting, eating, and some of them playing games. He then saw a small crowd that seemed to be surrounding a group of people. Kazuya took another big whiff and knew that he was in there. So, he made his way into the crowd. A bunch of them were murmuring amongst themselves as they watched whatever was going on. When he finally made his way to the front, Kazuya found his roommate. Nezu was playing poker with 3 other camp members, with him having a huge chunk of what looked to be wooden tags. Come on gentlemen, Nezu taunted with a smile on his face. It's just a simple raise. Easy for you to say Nezu, a younger unhealthy-looking man said. You busted out Ren on the 5th hand. The rodent chuckled evilly. It was his fault for raising with only 2 pairs. I was hoping for a full house, a man in the crowd defended. Anyway, are you 3 in or out? The men Nezu was playing with were the previously mentioned unhealthy man, an older-looking grey-haired man, and another older gentleman with a newsboy cap. All 3 of them looked at their cards and looked to the man with the cap. Bah, he yelled as he slammed his cards down. This hand was SHT anyway. You know what I'll call? The sickly one said. Too rich for me, I'm afraid. The grey-haired one said as he tossed his cards. Then let us play. Nezu finally called. The cards that showed were an ace of hearts, a jack of hearts, and a 2 of clubs. The next round both Nezu and his opponent checked, and the next card was shown. A 4 of hearts. Nezu's opponent got a wicked smile on his face and placed a medium-sized bet. Nezu looked at his cards closely and then stared at the unhealthy man for a solid 10 seconds. Call. The grin on the man's face grew wider, and the final card was shown. A 5 of spades. The sickly-looking man smiled at Nezu, who kept a blank look on his face. With the confidence still high, he placed a low bet. "I raise," Nezu said. The grin on the man's face faltered a bit as Nezu continued with his unreadable look. "Call," he responded with less confidence. They took a deep breath and showed their hands. Straight. It was true. He had a 3 of diamonds and a 6 of diamonds. A decent hand, if a bit lucky. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be enough. Flush. The rodent showed his 2 of hearts and 10 of hearts. Just enough to beat the sickly man. The crowd again cheered on Nezu, most with bemusement and with impressed nods. The sickly man just groaned into his hands. "The rodent wins again," the man with the cap said. "Young uns, always willing to take big risks," the older gentleman scolded, looking at the sickly-looking one. "Ah, shut it, at least I played." Meanwhile, Nezu was collecting his tags with a gleeful smile. He muttered to himself something about simple psychology or something. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 chattered something which caused Nezu to look at him. "𝐭𝐲𝐲." The white rodent stood up and stuck out his paw, which 𝐭𝐲𝐲 shook. "Would you like to join us? I guarantee you I have enough to buy you in." 𝐭𝐲𝐲 tittered a question. "Oh well, our roommate 𝐤𝐸𝐸 had to leave for his job and I had nothing to do, so I joined in these gentlemen on their game." 𝐭𝐲𝐲 chattered another question. "Well, I borrowed some from a woman named Hikaru. She lives here in the park about 3 tents down from ours. Lovely woman. Oh right, did you have any luck with a job?" 𝐭𝐲𝐲 shook his head. "Well, that's kiss, neither did I. But I did win some money." Yeah. Speaking of, are you in this round?" the man with the cap asked. I think I'm out for now, you 3 enjoy a couple hands." The 3 of them nodded, while some of the group began to groan, and the sickly man began dealing. Nezu grabbed his tags, pocketed them, and took 𝐭𝐲𝐲 off to the side as some people returned to their tarps and tents. "Good game, Nezu," a man from the crowd said. "Been a while since we've seen someone win 10 hands in a row." Nezu thanked the man as he left, with 𝐭𝐲𝐲 on his tail. When they were away from the crowd, Nezu looked up at 𝐭𝐲𝐲 with a serious look. "So, no luck on your end either, here?" 𝐭𝐲𝐲 shook his head. He then took the yen out of his pocket as he said something. "Good. With the money I made from these games, it should at least feed us for today and tomorrow. Although I don't think our luck will keep up with us gambling and stumbling across money." 𝐭𝐲𝐲 nodded his head and chattered in agreement. "All right, I'll cash in these tags, repay Miss Hikaru what I owe her, and discuss what to do next once we grab some food, deal?" 𝐭𝐲𝐲 chattered happily. Suddenly, both of their stomachs growled. The uneasy looks on their faces were obvious, but they can't be negative, not yet anyway. With their plan in motion, the 2 set off. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 and Nezu were able to find a beef bowl restaurant near the park. The pink sunset slowly got darker as they ate and talked about their next plans, their conversations being mixed in with the many other customers. "I see," Nezu said as he wiped his face with a napkin. "You had the same problem as me," the rodent sighed as he took a drink from his water. "Still, it's not like I can blame them. I wouldn't hire someone without some proof of existence either." 𝐭𝐲𝐲 cooed sadly into his bowl as he took another bite from it. Nezu looked to his escapee friend and sighed. What were they supposed to do? If they can't get even a simple job, how are they supposed to make it in this world? It pained him to say this, but was it truly the best choice? The TV in the shop suddenly flashed, capturing the attention of both of them. On it was an anchorman whose hair seemed to get scared into his suit. He was out in front of a police line that taped off a very familiar building. Both read the headline, and what they feared came true. Experimental lab raid, success. As they continued to watch the screen, any white noise from the restaurant slowly diminished into nothing as they tried to capture every word on the box. Haven't released any official statements yet, but based on the amount of police here and all the yellow tape, I would say they hit the jackpot. This lab alone will boost both All Might's and Gran Torino's arrests and popularity, no doubt. Animal endangerment, unlawful experimentations, operating without licenses, no doubt all captured scientists will most likely never see the light of day again. We will continue to inform you of any new updates of this story. The screen changed from the lab back to a standard news anchor desk with a male and female news anchor, both with smiles and slight makeup. "Thank you, Sakamoto," the woman said. Despite reaching the #1 spot just a few months ago, All Might continues to do his best with seemingly endless stamina and an endless smile. The two anchors slowly begin to gush over All Might, leaving both Nezu and 𝐭𝐸𝐲 uninterested. Nezu had heard of All Might, a hero who seemed invincible to all. He had to admit, it piqued his interest. Especially now, considering he was one of the heroes who basically started his breakout. What could cause a man to want to do so much? Money. Pride. Still, as much as he wanted to learn, he couldn't focus on that now. He and 𝐭𝐸𝐲 still needed to figure out their cash problem. For the rest of their dinner, the two tried their best to come up with a way to get hired, even if it meant lying to their employers. Nighttime, at camp, Nezu snuggled comfortably in his sleeping bag. The cold night air occasionally slipped through the tarpan bag, but it was better than nothing. 𝐭𝐸𝐲, in his regular tanuki form, was curled up in the bright yellow bag, doing his best to protect from the harsh night air. However, both were awakened from their slumber, formed the sounds of a struggle going on outside. Nezu groaned as he lifted his head up and looked towards the commotion. He figured it was just someone stumbling around drunk. However, the silhouettes against the tarp told a different story. One of the shadows was shoving another past, with two other shadows walking behind them, snickering, with large poles in their hands. "What in the?" Nezu said as he got out of his bag. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 began transforming back to his more human form as Nezu lifted the flap and took a peek outside. He saw what looked to be 3 people pushing one of the men Nezu played cards with earlier today. It was the sickly-looking man, and he looked scared out of his mind. He knew he shouldn't get involved. It was none of his business. Yet, Nezu got a sick feeling in his stomach. Going against his better judgment, he grabbed his shirt and walked out of the tarp. As he followed where the shadows went, he saw a group of people from the camp cowering in the middle of a clearing. Hovering over them with metal baseball bats were what looked to be 3 young adults. Nezu's blood boiled hotter than magma as he heard the 3 of them laugh. Without thinking, he approached them. As he inched closer, he began to see the details of the assaulters. One of them had a bull head with horns, another seemed to be a long-haired male, and the last was a guy with a hood and glasses. When Nezu was 10 steps away, he heard the one with the hood laugh again. "All right, at lips, let's see which one of you gets a beating." He pointed his bat at the cowering crowd, all of whom flinched. Inny, meeny, miny, he grabbed a random person and pulled them out from the group. It was Kichi. He then gripped his bat with both hands and lifted it over his head. "Mo! Evening, gentlemen," Nezu called out. The hooded one looked over to Nezu as the other 2 turned to face him. "Is there a reason you're causing a stir in our home?" "Nezu, run," the sickly man coughed out. "Shut it, druggie," the bull yelled. He kicked the sickly man in the stomach, which caused him to puke out spit. Nezu felt his hand twitch. Well, you're new," the hooded one said as he lowered his bat. "And well, I guess you can say we're cleaning the neighborhood. I mean, look at them." He motioned to the crowd. "Disgusting, smelly, half of them drugged out of their mind, it's just community service." "I see," Nezu started. "So you think you can clean up, despite the fact that you 3 are the embodiment of a burning junkyard?" "What did you say?" the bull growled. "I'm sorry, was that too fast? Metaphors too tough for you? Should I dumb it down to primary school?" The long-haired one growled and charged Nezu, the bat gripped in both of his hands. Nezu prepped himself for the attack, his smile lowering into a frown. He swings down to try and attack the small rodent, but Nezu took out his claws and dove through their legs. As he did, he dragged his claws across their ankles, slashing them open faster than cheetah chasing its prey. Long Hair yelled out in pain and collapsed to one knee, clutching the fresh wounds. "You little SHT. They retaliate with a wild swing of the bat behind them, hoping to catch Nezu in the sweep. The rodent saw this coming, vaulted over the swing, and using the momentum, he twisted his body so that he kicked Long Hair in the face. A solid crunch was heard as his shoe connected to Long Hair's nose. He yelled in pain, grabbing his now broken bloody nose. "Get him!" the hooded man yelled. Both then charged Nezu with their bats dragging behind them. The bull lowered his head so his horns would impale Nezu. The rodent finally realized that he was outnumbered and tried his best to defend himself with his arms. Before the bull could reach him though, a flash of fur rushed past him and grabbed the bull by the horns, literally. It was 𝐭𝐻𝐲. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 was still in human form, but his muscles bulged as he stopped the bull. Once he did, he gripped the horns and swung the man at the hooded figure just before he could attack Nezu. The two attackers collapsed to the ground and groaned in pain. However, the bull shook his head and glared at the hairy human tanuki hybrid. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 tittered something to Nezu. Attacking our neighbors. Does it really matter though? 𝐭𝐻𝐲 shook his head as he hunched over. The bull blew a huff of rage-filled air from his nose, grabbed his bat and pulled his hooded friend up. You thing bestiades. The hooded one said. He removed his glasses to reveal pure red eyes. The eyes then began to glow brightly. Both 𝐭𝐻𝐲 and Nezu dodged to the side just before a beam of red shot from his eyes. Nezu could tell from the power of the blast that it wasn't a warning shot. It wasn't even one for inuring. They were out for BLD. Good. Was all the white rodent thought. The bull charged 𝐭𝐻𝐲 as the hooded one charged Nezu. The hooded one's eyes glowed again, but Nezu was prepared. He began charging the hooded man much to their surprise. Nezu dodged two beams of light before reaching him. However, Nezu's mind went hazy from anger, and didn't see the bat coming from his right until it was too late. The bat connected to his torso, sending him launching over to the crowd. Adrenaline kicked in as he didn't even feel anything at first. Which meant he had about a minute before it wears off. He got back up and charged Hood again. This time making sure to watch his blind spots. He got close again, and this time Hood tried an overhead swing. Nezu dodged out of the way, and wrapped his arm around the bat. He then used his entire body weight to rip the bat away from Hood. Hood tried to blast another ray at him, but the glow fizzled out and he screamed in pain. He completely let go of the bat as he rubbed his eyes. Limited blasts. Nezu thought. A perfect opportunity. The white rodent gripped the bat normally, and slammed the end cap of it into Hood's sternum. The man dropped to his knees as he clutched his torso. Nezu finished it off with a swing again into his torso. Hood got sent backwards next to Longhair, who was still on the ground grasping his face. Nezu turned to 𝐭𝐻𝐲 to help him, only to see him rip one of the horns off Bull and stabbed it into his leg. He finished it off by launching Bull into both Hood and Longhair. Nezu and 𝐭𝐻𝐲 slowly walked up to the assaulters to see they were sniveling with fear. Just like his neighbors were. We will call the cops. Longhair threatened. And say what? Nezu asked rhetorically. Self-defense. Well, see, we were the ones doing that, and I have about. Nezu began to count all the members in the crowd, some of whom were now standing up due to their assaulters being dealt with. 7 witnesses, excluding myself and my friend here of course, that can agree with us. The white rodent rested the bat on his shoulders. Of course, that's if I even let you leave here. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 saw the look in his partner's eyes and took the bat away from him. He then chattered something to him. Nezu looked angry for a second before looking down at the three, who all flinched under his gaze. He took a deep breath and the aura around him was less hostile. Do not tell anyone about tonight. No police, no parents, no friends. If you do, I'll hunt you down and rip out your tongue. All 3 of the assaulters nodded their heads and began to take off away from the camp. When they were out of sight, Nezu sighed. Thank you, 𝐭𝐻𝐲. The large tanuki gave Nezu a supporting nod. Why do I get the feeling you two were Yakuza? Kichi asked as he walked up to them. He stayed silent as he began to light a cigarette, waiting for them to answer. Yakuza. Nezu repeated. Well, you have a secret past you like to keep hidden. You gave the homeless hunters a beat down, one of whom you stabbed with his own horn. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 shamefully looked at the floor. You threatened to cut out their tongues, and you took a bit of a beating, yet you act like nothing even hit you. That's adrenaline, my friend. Speaking of, I think I'm running out of it. Yep, there it is. Nezu began clutching his torso and groaning, and 𝐭𝐻𝐲 soon followed. All right, come here, let's get you two back home. Kichi made sure to pick up Nezu and slump him over his shoulders like a backpack, and let 𝐭𝐻𝐲 lean on him as they walked. Still didn't answer my question, are you two Yakuza or no? I don't think so, Nezu admitted. How do you not know what Yakuza are? Just tell me what they are, and I will be honest with you. 𝐬𝐸𝐽 quirked an eyebrow but explained it nonetheless. I see, in that case no we are not. Well, you obviously learned how to fight somewhere, and how to take a beating. You want to keep it secret, that's your deal. Just know a lot of us are going to be curious about it now. Perhaps we shouldn't have gotten involved then. His tone wasn't threatening, it was more inquisitive than anything. I wouldn't say that. They reached their torp and 𝐬𝐸𝐽 helped them enter. Once they did, he gently laid 𝐭𝐸𝐲 down against a stack of boxes, and set Nezu down in his sleeping bag. He then sat down on his blow-up mattress and faced his roommates. I guarantee you all of us are grateful for what you two did. You stopped a nuisance that likes to poke its head out every once in a while. You called them something, homeless hunters. 𝐬𝐸𝐽 nodded his head. Aye. They like to cause trouble for homeless camps. As to why no one knows or really cares. We try to avoid them if we can, but sometimes they are just out for BLD. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 chattered something before groaning as he clutched his ribs again. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 has a point, why not stop them yourselves? And risk getting killed. Our lives are hard enough without us playing hero. We can't really do a whole lot anyway. If we attack them it's assault against minors, or they just hit us with their bats or poles. At least when we followed them it was just aches and minor injuries. That seemed a lot more than minor injuries. Besides, why not go to police? You think we haven't? Because they do it sporadically, the police and heroes don't see it as a major threat compared to the villains that blow up a building or rob a convenience store. Besides, they only care about their fame and money, most of them. If it isn't a big crime, why bother, right? That last sentence was said with heavy sarcasm. 𝐬𝐸𝐽 sighed. Look, I know this is new to you too, but sometimes it's better to roll with the punches than to fight back sometimes. But, maybe I'm wrong. With the show you put on, I'm sure they'll think twice about coming here. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 muttered something. 𝐬𝐸𝐽 quirked an eyebrow which caused Nezu to translate. He said, what about other camps? 𝐬𝐸𝐽 rubbed his face. Not our problem. We're not heroes, guys. We're just trying to get by day. If one problem shifts to another person, well, that's a win in my book. I disagree, Nezu rebutted. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 chattered and nodded his head in agreement. To sit there and do nothing as another suffers is just as bad as committing the act of suffering. Flashes of Hisoshi entered Nezu's mind for a split second. But I do understand that some may have other altercations. 𝐬𝐸𝐽 chuckled lightly. You two are an enigma, you know that. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 and Nezu looked at each other wondering why he said that. You come here with no past and no details about yourselves, yet there's something interesting about you. The two escapees just look at 𝐬𝐸𝐽 like he was nuts. Again, the raven-haired man chuckled. Well, maybe it's just me who thinks that. Still, like I said before, the camp will be grateful for ridding us of those thugs. The man flashed them a wide, thankful smile. That includes me. So to return the favor, if you guys need anything, let me know. Consider it as part of our roommate agreement, so to speak. Nezu squinted at 𝐬𝐸𝐽 to see if he was lying. There was no twitch in his movement, no shift in his eyes, and no lies in his words. Was this what Hisoshi meant when not all humans were bad? I see, Nezu said. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 tittered something that garnered both of their attention. I highly doubt it, but it couldn't hurt, I guess. What did he say? 𝐬𝐸𝐽 asked. He was wondering if your job was hiring. You see, we've been having trouble with finding a job. I can probably help. My work isn't hiring, unfortunately, but why do you think they won't hire you too? I mean, 𝐭𝐸𝐲 I can understand as he's mute, so it's hard to do a job that requires talking, but you as well, Nezu. It's part of our past. I guess you can say we just started existing one day. We have no IDs, no past, no formal education, we have nothing. Nezu looked over at 𝐭𝐸𝐲 with a disappointed look. We were hoping for to put a good word in for us, to hopefully wave any red flags, but I guess it isn't to be, her friend. Well, not entirely, 𝐬𝐸𝐽 said with a smug grin. This got the two escapees' attention. I may not have a job offering, but I can get you something better, real ice. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 and Nezu looked at each other, then back at 𝐬𝐸𝐽, waiting for an explanation. You see, I actually used to work for the government. I helped process people, update their identification cards, make new ones, etc. I got fired when I got caught. Well, I already told you about that. But I do still have some friends who might be willing to help me. Fake IDs? Nope. They'll be as real as anyone else's. In the system, real cards, real background, everything. This sounds a little too generous, 𝐭𝐤𝐲 laughed. Well, you did save me a trip to the hospital and hospital bills. Look, you can also consider it a sort of welcome to the camp sort of gift, you know. Nezu realized there was no getting out of this gift. Still, this was exactly what they needed. 𝐭𝐤𝐲 didn't realize it, but if this worked out, they could finally begin their new life. When are they ever going to get another chance like this? Nezu nodded his head, which caused the man to smile. Good, now then I'll need any details about your past you're willing to share, but if need be, I can make them up, you'll just need to learn it all right. I can do that, Nezu agreed. 𝐭𝐤𝐲, do you think we can dash? Nezu turned to look at his friend to realize he fell asleep, as his chest was slowly rising and falling. Perhaps it's too late to continue this. Can we discuss details in the morning? I'll be sleeping, but we can discuss it before I head to work, deal? Deal. With everything finally wounding down, Nezu realized how much pain he was in. He clutched his ribs and groaned in pain. Out of curiosity, you wouldn't happen to have any painkillers in here, would you? 𝐭𝐤𝐲 nodded his head before taking down a cardboard box. He began shuffling things around in there before he found a small container. He picked it up and shook the bottle to reveal a couple of pills still left in there. He then tossed it over to his roommate. Nezu caught it but quirked an eyebrow at how fast 𝐭𝐤𝐲 got it. 𝐭𝐤𝐲 shrugged his shoulders. What? I already told you I'm clean. Besides, you said you wanted them. Nezu really couldn't argue with that. So, he shook out 2 pills and dry swallowed them. Are you sure you two are going to be all right? It was just a couple of hits with a bat. Nezu tossed the bottle back at 𝐭𝐤𝐲 and slowly wrapped himself in his sleeping bag. I've been hit with a lot worse and healed with a lot less. If it's a problem, I can deal with it in the morning. Nezu yawned as he slowly closed his eyes. Just let me rest for the rest of the night. 𝐭𝐤𝐲 placed the bottle back in the box and put it back where it belonged. When he turned, he saw Nezu already sleeping. Tonight was eventful for him. With his roommates asleep, and a few more hours before sunrise, and his usual sleep schedule, he had better keep his end of the bargain. To be continued. Sometime in the afternoon, Nezu entered the campsite, writing down in a small notepad whilst muttering to himself. He also had a bag of instant food, power bars, and a book. A couple of his neighbors who were dragged around last night thought it would be nice to give 𝐭𝐤𝐲 and Nezu some yen so they could at least buy essentials for a week or two. The two split it evenly amongst them, and then split up literally, for the day. Nezu did go job searching, but he mostly spent his day in a library figuring out society. He bought the notepad as a way to keep track of his notes on what he deemed important. He also realized that he had to make up a fake past for both him and 𝐭𝐤𝐲. Where they lived, schooling, age, etc. Sure, 𝐭𝐤𝐲 said he would do it, but he still needed details, whether they were fake or real. So he took down notes that would seem believable. Anyway, whilst he was studying his past, Nezu continued to research heroes specifically. 𝐭𝐤𝐲 said that he and 𝐭𝐤𝐲 had hero BLD. Well, maybe not those exact words, but it was close enough, so he got curious as to what that entailed. Japan's views on heroes and quirks was interesting. Despite not allowing quirk usage in general, heroes were given free rein. Heroes were not what they were hundreds of years ago. Older depictions showed them as volunteers, whilst today they are seen as a job akin to firefighters and police, often working alongside them. Yet, there was always something hidden behind all the glory and valor. Harsh conditions, little free time, this was expected, but a ranking system was what Nezu found interesting. How do you rank a hero? Likability. Villains and criminals stopped. Appearances. All of the above. Then, there was how heroes were selected. Schools. Schools. He couldn't help but laugh at that. There are literal high schools for training heroes, but from what he read, they are almost like athletic schools. Yes, they teach the normal curriculum, but their big focus was on teaching them to behave like heroes. What does that entail? Is it only fighting? Public appearances? How to design a costume? The economics of being a hero? The mental toll of being one? All of these and many more circled in the rodent's head, but every answer was so vague it was like no ask these questions. The white mouse bear dog soon realized that being equated to a hero was weird. It felt right punishing the homeless hunters and helping his new neighbors, but yet to also be lumped in with those only seeking glory. The hero world was diverse indeed. Any luck today, Nezu? The familiar voice of Oda called out. Nezu stopped reviewing his notes and looked up at the older gentleman. Well, if you mean for a job, then no, he answered with a smile. If you mean learning more about life, then yes. Oda laughed lightly. Even men like me can learn something new about the world. You have a great rest of your afternoon. And to you as well. Nezu continued to his way to his tent, often exchanging greetings with his neighbors. He was still cautious around people, especially when wandering the streets, but the people here seemed to fit Midoriya's criteria of not all bad. Eventually, Nezu reached his home and opened the flap to see Kichi talking to someone on his phone. All right, I can swing by before I have to work. Yeah, I'll get their pictures. Good day, Kichi, Nezu greeted. The man nodded to Nezu before returning to his phone. One of them is here right now. Yep, I'll see you later. With that he hung up the phone and turned to his roommate. All right, my friend will let me in and get it officiated. I just need both your details and pictures. Where's Kazuyo? He'll join us shortly. We agreed to meet back here. Before he could even finish the sentence, the top flap opened to reveal the hairy humanoid. Hello Kazuyo, how was your search? The shapeshifter blew a raspberry. You too here? Ah well, hopefully after this we'll have more luck. Right, let's get to it, Kichi said. The three of them sat down as Kichi took out his phone and began typing something in it. All right, first off, I'll need your guys' date of birth. Nezu and Kazuyo began to mumble to each other, with Nezu showing his friend his notepad. When they both agreed on something, they would then tell Kichi. The man knew that they were making it up as they go, but they are both smart, so he knew they would make a background that wouldn't raise eyebrows. Also, he promised them so. For the next hour or so it was just a back-forth of information, with all parties making absolutely sure nothing seemed off. Then, Kichi took their pictures. When they were done, Kichi stood up and stretched a bit. All right, hopefully I can get these to you guys by the end of the week. Until then, don't spend all your yen in one place, YA here. You insult me with the insinuation, Nezu joked. Kichi rolled his eyes, but smiled. He left the tent leaving the two escapees alone. Oh yes. I just remembered. Kazuyo looked at his friend with curiosity as Nezu dug in his bag and handed the book to him. Here's something I bought from a bookstore, hopefully it will help you communicate without me. Kazuyo took the hardcover book and read the title. The Basic and Intermediate Rules of Japanese Sign Language. Kazuyo's eyes went wide with realization. He began to purr happily as he thanked his comrade. Of course, anything to help. Kazuyo wasted no time and found a comfortable spot as he began dissecting the book. New meanwhile began to go over his notes, occasionally asking Kazuyo's opinion or if he heard anything interesting about a subject. Heck, he would occasionally stick his nose out and ask his neighbors a question or two. This was the start of the rodent's web of information. Well, it took forever, Kichi sighed as he walked into his home. Nezu and Kazuyo had just woken up. Thankfully Kazuyo was in his human hybrid form, and were eating breakfast. It consisted of last night's cold leftovers, but hey, it filled them. But here you guys are. Their roommate pulled out 2 plastic cards from his wallet. Nezu and Kazuyo grabbed them as big smiles went across their faces. As they double-checked everything, their smiles grew wider and wider. This was it, they finally are in the system. Kichi, we must thank you for all of the hospitality you have given us, Nezu said as he continued to look at his ID. Their roommate waved it off. Relax. I told you, it's for helping us rid of those PhD kids. Kazuya gave a little bow with a new gesture that Kichi was able to see as a basic thank you. I see you're getting better at that, Kaz. A light chuckle escaped from the hybrid's lips. So, anything else you two need? Kazuya asks a question in sign language, which Nezu translated for him. Is your job hiring? Kichi laughed. Hell no. They're paying me scraps, you think they can take on 2 more? Kazuya scratched the back of his head with a weak smile. Sorry, gotta look somewhere else. Nezu tugged on his friend's breathed leg. We'll be fine. I'm sure we'll find one soon. Which they did. Within the week, they were able to get jobs, at the same location no less. It was a shipping warehouse that needed someone to handle customers in the front, which was Nezu's job, and of course someone to help haul and ship packages in the warehouse, which was Kazuya's job. For the next few weeks, they just slowly earned their low pay. Kazuya was sore half the time, and Nezu was often exhausted as he was not used to talking with people for long periods of time. However, there was a lot of experience that came with the job. Nezu was able to see Hisosh's last hypothesis in full value. There were customers who were just like the scientists, rude, arrogant, demanding, and uncaring. Yet there were also customers much like the Midoriyas, kind, respectful, and understanding. Kazuya meanwhile was able to pick secrets and gossip about the world from his warehouse friends. When they weren't lifting, shipping, and packaging, they were chatting. Whilst it was mostly heroics, there were other aspects sprinkled in there. The economy, social politics, their daily lives, and so much more. It was the perfect research spot. A couple months have passed and the information and experience the two have learned in the time has been phenomenal. They don't have enough to afford their own apartment yet, but they are frugal. However, the big thing on Nezu's mind is one thing: heroes. In the months he's spent at the warehouse, he's met a lot of people, all of varying backgrounds. He's met regular citizens, some small-time politicians, and yes, even some heroes who were grabbing their new gear. He's also met people who work in the hero industry but isn't one themselves. He's met their communication guys, the people who make their hero items, their business representatives, their PR team, and so much more. The stories he would gauge out of them were interesting to say the least. The biggest ones were about All Might, of course, a hero who has already made a name for himself. A hero that many can see as the one true hero that everyone should aspire to be. Nezu would love to meet the man and pick at his brain. Yet, the ones like All Might seem to be few and far in between. For instance, the snake hero, Uwabami, who seemed more focused on being a fashionista than saving lives. There's also the flame hero, Endeavor, who may be rising to the most arrests in Japan, but his fierce personality frightens both criminals and civilians alike. It seemed to be a lot of heroes have side jobs alongside being a hero. Now, Nezu was no fool. People were allowed to have second jobs and live their life however they please. Yet some heroes seem to think heroics as more of a chore or as the side job than anything else. Whilst there is nothing really wrong with that, one must also think that these heroes would be more good in Nezu's mind. Of course, then there were the hero schools. Shiketsu, Ketsubatsu, and so many others are schools that teach up-and-coming heroes. Nezu continued to wonder, what do they teach them? This question came from the nature versus nurture theory. Mainly because Nezu often applied it to himself. If it was anyone else but Hisoshi, would Nezu try to be an upstanding citizen? Would he still try to integrate into the human world, or would he hate humans more than he already does? Would he feel a burning passion for revenge and stop at nothing to accomplish it? These thoughts haunted Nezu, with Hisoshi's last words always ringing in his ears. There are good ones out there, there are good ones out there, there are good ones out there, yet, if there were, are there forces that pervert them? Do the schools see these, or do they cause them? Something about the latter made the rodent's stomach churn. So much so, that he had a discussion with Kazuya one night. They both admitted that when they helped Kichi and the rest of the camp fight those homeless hunters, it felt amazing. Perhaps too much so, but still. The camp considers them heroes, so maybe they actually could be. Kichi said heroes and police often ignore the smaller crimes, and Nezu and Kazuya's experience showed them some do not even take their jobs seriously. While Nezu thought it foolish to think just the two of them can change an entire profession, perhaps they can be the starting point. Kazuya admitted it would be hard and grueling for them, but he also said it would be worth it. After all, in a way, they would be holding up Hisoshi's last words. After their discussion a month ago about joining 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽𝐲, 𝐔𝐻𝐽𝐽𝐽 and Nezu went straight to work. Nezu figured he could easily help any heroes with his intellect, but 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽𝐽 was a different story. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 was by no means dumb, but at the same time he wasn't a mechanic or engineer, he couldn't communicate as easily as everyone, and he wasn't a businessman. Which meant he could only take one route. He had to be a hero. So for the past month they have been working on two things, getting 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 prepped, and getting their feet in the door to the hero industry. How have they been doing so? Well, for 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽, they started asking around the camp if anyone has any gym recommendations. Whilst 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 is a shapeshifter, he needs to get used to walking bipedal and using those muscles more. Not to mention he can only add so much more mass to his shapes. The humanoid hybrid is easy, as it was the most common form the scientists forced him to do. However, the bear form and anything bigger than that will cause strain on him. It was why he could only hold it for so long. So, perhaps working on his strength and endurance could help with that. Thankfully, Old Man Oda knew a gym that accepted just about anyone. It was run by an old associate of his. When they got there, they got a tour and overall, it wasn't bad. Maybe not as high and mighty as other gyms, but it had basic equipment, and even taught a couple types of martial arts. Mats filled with sweat were placed in convenient locations for sparring, and there were even a couple prop weapons for self-defense courses. A perfect playground for a new hero. Of course, when they met the manager, he was a little unsettling. He wore a very nice suit and had an office of his own in the building that had a couple of awards here and there, but nothing glamorous. Yet the entire time they were there, something about the man made their fur stick up. Despite that, they were able to sign both of them up to go there any time they felt the need to, as long as they also knew what classes were going on at the time, and try their best to not disturb them. Setting up training for 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 was done within week. As for getting their foot in the door, that was a little trickier. At first Nezu thought there could be a school for adults thinking of a career change to heroics, but that was non-existent. Next, he applied for some of the top-tier hero departments in their city. None of them seemed to have wanted them, as they wanted someone with more experience than a newbie. Nezu also didn't want to get stuck in a contract with some low-level hero for the rest of his life. How was he supposed to get anything done at the bottom? So that meant trying to find some up-and-coming heroes. At first he thought about joining a hero department run by a man named Best Jeanist, but he focused a lot more on PR and saving civilians. Commendable, but at the same time perhaps too specific for Nezu and 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽. At the moment. It took a few weeks of mulling it over when Nezu realized who he might be able to use, 𝐒𝐼𝐺 and Midnight. The two heroes who saved him and 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽. Both are young, fairly popular, and gossip about them rising is already being spread around. They might just be what the two escapees need. You want us to what now? A confused 𝐒𝐼𝐺 asked. I want you to take both me and my friend here into your ranks when you open your own agency, Nezu explained. A puzzled 𝐒𝐼𝐺 and Midnight sat down at a table in the common area of the agency they work at. Due to the still being somewhat young, they are basically sidekicks at the moment for a hero by the name of Jet, a hero with the power to control wind. Nezu and 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 stood patiently as they awaited their answers. Of course, he also knew they would ask questions. The question was which one would be first. Midnight and 𝐒𝐼𝐺 looked at each other, then back at the dapper-dressed mouse creature and the hairy human hybrid. Right, 𝐒𝐼𝐺 drawled out. What makes you think we'll even have our own agencies? Ishi. Midnight chastised. What? I'm just thinking rationally here. I mean, I'm still at you. For God's sake. Maybe so, Nezu butted in, gathering their attention again. But I've done some research on both of you. Both young heroes subconsciously leaned in, wondering what kind of research the man has done. Nezu cleared his throat, and began. You are both students at the prestigious 𝐒𝐽𝐽, with Kiyama here soon graduating, assuming she hasn't already, and yes, I did look up your names. This caused 𝐒𝐼𝐺 to squirm a little, whilst Midnight seemed slightly impressed. If you both continue your hero work, you both will be opening up your own agency in, at most, 4 years' time. Miss Midnight, due to your title, eccentricities, and costume, some adults will complain about your risk style of heroing, which will cause a forced costume change in roughly a year, give or take a couple of months. Despite that, you will still become a popular hero due to your looks, of course, but also your brave and kind-hearted nature, even if it is hidden behind the DMNTRX persona. Mr. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 meanwhile will also slowly change from patrols to rescue missions. Though your quirk allows for a perfect capture tool, it also an invaluable defensive tool, shown as when you saved both me and 𝐭𝐸𝐲 from those thugs. This can include sheltering civilians during a fight, a natural disaster, or even protecting your fellow heroes. Because of this you might feel inclined to make a hero agency that focuses on protection and support over fame and glory. Overall your jobs as heroes will be rough. The hero world and civilians will look up to both of you as you slowly surpass the hero you are working with. As Nezu finished up, he got a good look at both 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Midnight. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 seemed to have taken his words to heart, but also seemed cautious of him. Midnight, however, seemed more intrigued than anything else. So, what? Is you quirk future sight or something like Sir Night Eye? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 asked suspiciously. No. I'm just a bear mouse dog thing that is smarter than most humans. Everything I said may never come true, but my research and study of the hero world, politics, and social change have made me take a rough estimate. And say all of this did happen, why come to us if you wanted to work in the hero world? Midnight asked. Why not just start here or at any other agency? 𝐭𝐸𝐲 began to sign something which took the young heroes by surprise, as he has just been as still as a sculpture the entire time. Lucky, Nezu translated it for them. My friends here is saying it's because of our age and credentials. This caused a nod from 𝐭𝐸𝐲. We aren't exactly students anymore, so we are getting a late start to put our foot into the hero business. You two must realize that there is a point in time where it's too late for someone to be a hero. They did know that. It was one of the reasons the schools were made in the first place. Too many wannabe vigilantes and heroes often got themselves killed because they overestimated their abilities or were simply too old to do anything. Despite this, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was not convinced. I respect that you two want to be heroes, but as you said, perhaps it's a little late. Besides, what do you two bring to the table as heroes? 𝐭𝐸𝐲, if you would, Nezu said as he took a couple steps back. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 nodded and took a deep breath. Midnight and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 watched the hybrid as he controlled his breathing. Then, he crossed his arms and outstretched his fingers, to show large bare claws coming out from them. He then uncrossed his arms in a flourish as they shapeshifted into giant wings, and a rush of air blew in the room, causing a few heads to turn. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 raised his wing hands up and then slammed them into the ground as he got on all fours and shifted into a wolf, showing his teeth with a growl. He began to lay down on the ground in wolf form before shifting into a snake as he slithered out of his clothes, and back into it again. He finished off by transforming himself back to his hybrid form. Murmurs amongst the sidekicks and support agents of Jet were heard, but everyone soon went back to work. As you can see, my friend can transform himself partially or into any animals he can at will. There is a limit to what he can do, of course, but over time he can grow. Meanwhile, I can play any role you need me to, off and on the field. I can be your radio support, your recon, your patrolman, or even your receptionist. All I need is for you to give us a chance. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 still looked worried, but he also seemed to be taking everything they said seriously. It seems he was still deciding if they were trustworthy or not, or perhaps noting that this entire meeting has been crazy. Still, there was something that kept him intrigued. Midnight meanwhile looked interested. A look of fascination was twinkling in her eyes as she studied both 𝐭𝐸𝐲 and Nezu. With both of them like that, Nezu grinned. His job was complete. The seeds were planted. Of course, I don't expect an answer right away. After all, it's still a few years of experience and work before you get your agencies. All I ask is that you keep us in mind. Nezu dug in his pocket before handing a card to each hero. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. Have a good rest of your days. On that note, the two left the two bemused young heroes alone. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 immediately pocketed the business card, but Midnight stared at it a bit. It had a single phone number and just the name Nezu on it. Kai, you aren't seriously thinking about it, are you? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 asked. Ishi, think about it. If he's right about any of that stuff, it might be a good idea to have him with us when we start up, you know. A man that smart can do us a lot of good. The human cement block gave a wry chuckle. Hair, I'm sure you're only considering because he complimented you. You hurt me. That's not it, entirely. And it's not like that's a bad thing, a girl likes a compliment. Besides, he made note of your skills too. Yeah, maybe, but something about them rubs me the wrong way. Midnight chuckled this time. You mean like how Shota rubs you the wrong way? No, Aizawa intimidates me. They, however, make my skin crawl. Cementos looked at the table before facing his friend. Something seems off about them. Are you sure you want to use their help? Midnight tapped the card on the table before pocketing it, somehow. I mean, like they said, I don't have to give them an answer, even when I do open up my own agency. However, I'll keep an open mind. After all, if you think about it, aren't we just helping them like we're supposed to? Cementos took a deep breath and nodded his head. The alarm in the agency started going off and the two of them felt a gush of wind before a woman with platinum hair tied into a top knot was before them. We got a bank robbery in progress, let's move it you two. Both heroes nodded their heads and immediately took off with her. As they did, she gave a final word of wisdom. Remember, I've got your backs. Just from the front. To be continued. 1 year later, Nezu was awoken from his slumber by the sound of his phone ringing. He looked around the room as he tried to find where the noise was coming from. Books of different natures, from heroics, economics, and scientific theories, to fun reads such as fantasy, poetry, and mysteries, were strewn about in the living room. Nezu must have dozed off reading again. The small white rodent rolls off the couch and digs in it as the sound seems to be coming from the cushions. A couple of months ago, Nezu and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 were able to afford an apartment for a few months, and said goodbye to their friends as the camp. Some days were hard, and others harder, but thanks to the help of the camp community, they were able to pull through. Oda wished them goodbye, and Kichi said they should keep in touch. Back to the present, the bare claw hand's final grasped something rectangular and was vibrating. He pulled out the smartphone and answered. Hello, Nezu speaking, he answered. Hi Nezu, a female voice called. It's Nemurai Kiyoma. A grin grew on Nezu's face. Miss Midnight. To what do I owe the pleasure? He sat back down on his couch and took a book titled Vigilantes, The First Heroes. Well, you know when you talked to me and Cements about a year ago. Of course. Well, despite some nagging from my friends, I've decided to take you up on your offer. The smile on Nezu's face grew wider. Just as he predicted. Unfortunately, I can't take 𝐒𝐲. Not as he predicted. May I ask why first before I get insistent? Relax, I can't take him because some other up-and-comings kinda beat him to the punch before I could call you. However, I was able to convince some of my friends who are looking for some new heroes to train in their own agency to take him on. Nezu hummed as he thought things through. It was an obstacle, of course, but then again, with 𝐒𝐻𝐲 working more and more with their new friends, they didn't really need to be around each other 24/7. Also, if they are in different agencies, they could learn about the hero world faster. Well, you aren't really breaking our offer, so I'll be sure to let him know of the good news. All right, can't wait to work with you. Swing by my office for an interview so I know where to put you. Before I go, may I ask how the costume change went? The rodent heard a small laugh come from the young heroine. I preferred my old costume really, but then I remembered your words, and so far they haven't led me astray. It also helps I stopped getting complaints from old hags. Nezu chuckled at the last comment. Midnight gave him the address of her agency and gave a final goodbye. The next chapter in their lives has begun. Just as Nezu was about to message his friend, the door was busted open by a man named 𝐼𝐻𝐽, aka the Vigilante Knuckle Duster. In the large man's arms was 𝐒𝐻𝐲, in wolf form, and he was bleeding profusely. Nezu, Kaz needs helps. 𝐻𝐽 yelled. The small white rodent immediately began to clear the coffee table of books and scraps. Place him on the table, now, the rodent commanded. The large man made his way to the table and gentle laid the wolf down. His hands were stained red from trying to staunch the wound. Remove your hands so I can see the damage. 𝐻𝐽 nodded and gently removed his hands as 𝐒𝐻𝐲 whimpered in pain. There was a medium-sized cut just below 𝐒𝐲's ribs. Nezu held pressure on the wound and pointed his head to the bathroom. A medical kit is in the bathroom below the sink, go. Ogura nodded and went to the bathroom to receive the supplies. As he did, Nezu continued to try and stop the flow of blood. As he did, only one question came to mind. What happened? A couple of soft thuds and bangs were heard in the bathroom as Ogura searched for the medkit. We were taking down some drag runners down near the warehouse district. Unfortunately, one of the BSTRs got a lucky swipe on Kaz. After breaking the BSTD's arm and fingers, I tried to get him here as fast as I could. The large man returned and put the medkit to the side of the table as Kaz continued to whimper in pain. Nezu removed his paws and Ogura replaced them. Relax, 𝐂𝐲𝐲, Nezu said as he opened the kit. He took out the bottle of disinfectant, a clean cloth, a bandage wrap, a needle, and some sutures. He poured the sterile-smelling liquid on the cloth. This will only sting for a bit. Nezu took a deep breath and began to clean the wound as 𝐂𝐲𝐲 howled in pain. The next day, Miss Midnight will be with you shortly, the man said before closing the door. The two of them were stuck in a newly furnished office that belonged to Midnight. It even had that new office smell, the smell of paper and light hint of metal. Nezu scanned the room around him as he waited patiently. Loose papers were sitting on the desk that seemed to be from the Hero Association, along with a grant and permission to open her own agency, provided she follows a specific set of guidelines. Also on her desk were other things, like pencils, a photograph, the computer, etc. Nothing of value aside from the papers. He also saw her high school diploma from UA on display in the office right behind the desk on the wall. Next to it was her old suit, and a place to hold her weapons. It was a barren office aside from the essentials and maybe one or two personal items, but still barren. How are you holding up, 𝐂𝐲𝐲? Nezu asked, hoping to fill the silence. 𝐂𝐲𝐲 gave a meh sign and clutched his side. After being stabbed last night, he's been sluggish, but he can make through today. He just won't be going on patrol tonight is all. Ever since becoming a vigilante, 𝐂𝐲𝐲's offensive and defensive skills have been improving. So has his shape-shifting. After all, how would it look if 𝐂𝐲𝐲, the soon-to-be hero, was also a vigilante? What Midnight didn't know wouldn't kill her. 𝐂𝐲𝐲 also took note of the room. It had that new office smell, and already looked a little lived in. Important papers were scattered on the desk, a photograph of her and what looked to be her friends goofing off, her graduation diploma in a shiny portrait, and a shelf that housed her WHPS, one of which seemed to be one put hastily together by a fan if the "From a Loving Fan" plaque written above it was anything to go by. Her screensaver also seemed to be a picture of All Might flashing his signature grin with Plus Ultra in a big colorful font. The door opened again and in walked the titular hero of the agency. Her new suit was a little less revealing than her old one. She still showed her midriff as she was wearing a black leather CRP top without any sleeves, and was also wearing short shorts. She was also wearing thigh-high leather boots with heels. "Hello boys," she said in a sultry voice. "Miss Midnight, a pleasure to see you again," Nezu greeted. She walked around them whilst lightly touching 𝐂𝐲𝐲's shoulder. The hybrid shuddered slightly, but showed no other emotion after. "The pleasure's all mine, shall we get started? Would you kindly drop the flirtatious attitude, Miss Midnight? I'd rather not discuss business in that manner." The heroine sighed before sitting down across from them. "You're no fun." Midnight picked up the loose papers before setting them aside and clearing her throat. "So first off, let's discuss where 𝐂𝐲𝐲's going." The hybrid took a deep breath. For over a year him and Nezu have stuck by each other's side. It'll be an adjustment, but he can work through it. You said you would be sending him with a friend, right? Yep. It's an agency run by two of my friends, actually. You'll know one of them as Present MIC. They did hear of him. He hosts a podcast and is often used as a distraction with his yelling quirk, assuming the criminals don't give up from the tinnitus. The other one prefers to remain anonymous, but I assure you they'll help 𝐂𝐲𝐲 improve a lot better than I would. Midnight took out a sticky note and wrote down an address on it, and gave it to 𝐂𝐲𝐲. "Here, I'll call them and let you know you're on your way." 𝐂𝐲𝐲 signed a thank you before standing up. Before he head out he signed good luck to his friends before leaving. "Now that just leaves you, Nezu. As I said a year ago, any position you put me in, I'll be willing to fill." Whilst the rodent said that, He would of course fight for a more hero-helping role over, say, a janitor or something. Midnight's smile grew slightly wider as the negotiations began. Line break, hey hey, a loud voice boomed from the blonde. You must be 𝐭𝐲. I'm present MIC, leader of this agency. Can I get 𝐻𝐬 from my new apprentice? 𝐭𝐻𝐲 gave him a dead stare as his response. The loud man seemed unfazed by this. All right, mute. Anyway, let me give you the grand tour. As 𝐭𝐻𝐲 followed the annoying hero around the building, he had to wonder if this was really worth it. Staying under this man would seem a little exhausting. Yamada, you're too loud, an annoyed voice called. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 turned to the voice to see an exhausted teen who looked like he was writing on some forms. The tired teen looked back and quirked an eyebrow. Who are you? He's the new hero we're taking under our wing. Present MIC explained. You mean the one Midnight stuck with us? The teen just sighed and shook his head. Whatever. Welcome and all of that. He returned to his paperwork, ignoring them completely. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 pointed at the grump with a puzzled look on his face. That's Eraserhead. Don't take it personally, he just hates people. A paper ball hit Present in the side of the head. What? It's true. Eraser just hummed in response. Yeah, maybe this wasn't a good idea. 2 years later, Midoriya household. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya was currently chopping vegetables as her little baby boy watched the TV. He was 4 years old, and already she saw sparks in his eyes. It helped he had a friend named Katsuki Bakugo, the son of her old college roommate, Mitsuki. Both of the boys were passionate, especially about heroes. They were also strong-willed, and very close. It seemed like nothing could separate them. However, the one thing that brought them together was heroes, particularly All Might. In fact, that's what her little boy was watching. A big smile was on his face as he hugged his All Might plush as they bestowed a title for the #1 hero. He had been the #1 hero for so long and had some of the best arrests, that the hero organization decided to gift him the title of Symbol of Peace and Justice. She stopped chopping vegetables just in time to see her baby jump up with his fist in the air and yell out, "Super!" A smile grazed the young woman's lips. It had been hard since Hisosh's death, but she was doing well. As she finished chopping the vegetables, she was about to prep the pork cutlet when she started coughing. At first it was a light one, but it turned into heaving soon after. She had to prop herself on the counter as the cough became violent. Mama, her baby's voice called out. Are you okay? The violent cough began to subside and she soon caught her breath. I'm fine, baby. She called. Are you sure? 𝐭𝐴 took another deep breath. Positive. It might just be dust in the house is all. Will you still be okay to take me to my quirker pie? Izuku took a second before continuing. Appointment. 𝐭𝐴 flashed a loving smile to her son. Of course I will. I'll be fine. Izuku's eyes lit up with anticipation seeing his mom smile. It was smile equivalent to All Might's in Izuku's eyes, a smile that says everything's fine. He returned to the TV to see they were replaying All Might's debut, and his eyes were glued to the screen. 𝐭𝐴 continued making dinner, trying to ignore the sudden coughing fit. Midnight Agency, and make sure you don't throw your shoulder so much when punching. A villain can see it coming from a mile away, Nezu lectured. You also add unnecessary force, which when you miss can throw you off balance, or even hurt your shoulder. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Nezu. One of Midnight's boys bowed lightly. Nezu waved the young lad off before writing down in the notepad. He had been keeping notes on how everyone in the agency can perform better. At first it was notes on how to handle the public, as his original job was a PR representative. However, he also saw holes in how Midnight and her sidekicks did things, and slowly had been bringing it up to them. Now, they came to him for any advice. Arresting procedures, hand-to-hand skills, the politics and bureaucracy of the hero world, he was the advisor to the Midnight Agency. As he continued to write down in the notepad, he heard the boy greet someone. Hello, Miss Midnight. You look lovely today. The new costume is amazing. Nezu's ears perked up a bit as the sound of heels came closer. Thank you, Ino, you look great today as well. The voice of Midnight responded. A couple more clacks were heard before the sound of a chair being dragged was heard. Greetings, Miss Kiyoma, Nezu continued writing in his notepad. How can I help you? A light chuckle was heard. Nothing at the moment, but I do have something for you to look at, she said. Just as Nezu finished writing in the notepad, a paper was slid in front of him. More precisely, an application. A teaching application to UA. A smirk appeared on his lips. Is this to show dissatisfaction with my work here? He had to refrain himself from laughing as he knew that wasn't the case. Quite the opposite, in fact. You've been helping me and my boys out for over a year now. Every day we learn something new from you. However, I don't want to grow reliant on you. Now, I can just refer to you over to another hero agency, but I also get the feeling you want to be more than a hero counselor. Nezu was never afraid to give someone credit. Despite her outward appearance, Kiyoma was a smart woman. In fact, he argued that her smarts contributed to why she decided to play the 18+ hero. Villains distracted by animalistic urges were easy to take down. He saw it in the way she and her young wards worked. She was able to see Nezu aspired to be more. Granted, it's not like he was hiding the fact, but at the same time he never wanted to make her seem like he wasn't grateful. In fact, he enjoyed his time here, more so than he thought. He saw what Hisoshi Midoriya was talking about within this agency. Humanity had a duality of people. Good, selfless and kind-hearted people, and arrogant, lying, immoral ones. Heroes saw this duality every day. It was pure bliss for Nezu's research. It also made Nezu want to reach his goal faster. Look, Midnight continued, breaking him from his thoughts. You don't have to take it if you don't want to. But you would make an excellent teacher at UA. You have my support, and my recommendation. It's up to you. With that, the 18+ hero left. Nezu took one more look at the application, his smile never going away. To be continued. Inko looked down at the diagnosis paper again. This couldn't be true, it had to be false. Yet, she knew it wasn't. Her baby boy was quirkless. Even after the doctor explained everything, it was hard to believe. He was just a late bloomer, that's all. That's what she told herself, but deep down she knew that wasn't true. He wanted to be a hero so badly, it was all he dreamed of every day. He admired every hero battle he could find on the TV or the internet. All of those hopes and dreams shattered in an instant. Izuku hasn't moved from the computer seat ever since they came home. He was just watching the All Might debut over and over again. She had to do something. She had to try and cheer him up. Unfortunately, when she opened the door and called for her son, she couldn't. He was crying his eyes out and pointing at the computer and asked one soul-crushing question. I can still be a hero, right? He squeaked. She wanted to say, yes you can. She desperately wanted to wipe the defeated look off his face. Before the words could reach her throat, all she could see was her son on a stretcher, bloodied and beaten by a villain. Then she saw how the world would perceive him. A quirkless hero. Would Japan accept someone like that? No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't say yes. She then collapsed to her knees and hugged her darling son, repeating the same words repeatedly, whilst tears fell down her face. I'm sorry, anyone who looks up gets a bullet in their head, the masked man yelled. 3 masked robbers entered a bank, 2 armed with firearms, and 1 with a baseball bat and a bag. The one yelling was holding a modern-looking assault rifle, whilst the other was holding a hunting shotgun. The employees and civilians were all cowering as the 2 armed men swept the floor, making sure no one would act up. Meanwhile, the one with the bat was bashing open the deposit boxes and drawers to collect the money. Every roll of bills went straight into the bag, and some even dropped out with how fast he was moving. Hurry up, we don't have all day, the one with the rifle yelled. You won't bag it? Be my guest, otherwise be patient. The bagger yelled. The rifle user growled before turning around and seeing a civilian looking up at him. Look at the floor, not at me, he yelled as he pointed the rifle at her. She squealed and averted her eyes. Guys, the man with the shotgun called out. We got a problem. The bagger and the rifleman looked over at him to see him looking out the window. We got present MIC and some police. The rifleman ran over to the window to see his acquaintance was right. Present MIC was in his usual get-up with his hands in his pockets staring at the bank, with some cops surrounding the building. They saw Present MIC cough into his hand before taking a deep breath. "Attention villains," the voice rang out. It was loud enough for all of them to hear, but not enough to cause their ears to bleed. After all, why would he want to hurt the hostages too? "You've been caught. Let the citizens go, drop your arms, and we will come in peacefully. Do something rash, and we will use equal force. You have 1 minute. SHT, SHT, the shotgunner yelled. "What do we do? We should have enough by now." The rifleman peeked back outside again. He saw Present MIC walking away into the sea of police cars. "You two go out the back way, I'll stall them for time. No arguments, go." The bagger and shotgunner looked at each other and then at the rifleman and nodded. With hat they went to the back of the bank. As they reached the back of the bank, the bagger saw the security room and stopped his friend for a second. He took the bat and began smashing the monitors and the computer itself, hoping to leave nothing but electric bits and bobs. "All right, let's go," he said as he ran. The two of them reached the back door, but just as they opened it, Present MIC was standing there with a grin. Before the two of them could react, Present MIC used his quirk. "Yee!" The bagger dropped the money and his bat as he clutched his ears, the vibration from the sound dazing him enough for Present MIC to swoop in and cuff him. The shotgunner meanwhile was able to backpedal a bit and didn't receive the full power of the quirk. Once he recovered, he aimed his shotgun at Present MIC, but felt something tug his shotgun away. A large grey cloth wrapped itself around the gun and yanked the shotgunner to the cloth's owner, Eraserhead. As the shotgunner kept his grip, he was pulled towards Eraserhead, and before he knew it, receive an open palm strike to the nose, which caused him to fall flat on the floor. Just as Eraser finished handcuffing TH shotgunner, the rifleman appeared. "Let them go," he yelled. The two heroes looked up to see the rifleman had his foot placed on a citizen's back, and his rifle pointed at her head. "Let them go, or I shoot." With all of his focus on the two heroes, he failed to notice the tanuki that pounced down from the ceiling behind him. "You know we can't do that," Eraserhead explained. "And you don't want to face a murder charge. Let her go." Eraser and Present slowly approached the man, but spooked him. "I said don't move." He pointed the rifle at both of them, but before he could pull the trigger, a wolf with a bushy tanuki tail charged from behind, ripping the gun away from him. The wolf spat out the rifle and began to grow bigger. The creature turned around to face the man and pointed the rifle at him. The rifleman knew this was it. It was over. As the rifle was pointed at him, and with the other two heroes' looks, he knew this wouldn't end well either way. So, he stepped back from the hostage, put his hands up, and took one final sigh of defeat. "That was the third robbery in a week," Aizawa said as he put eye drops in. "This is getting out of hand." "Hey, at least this one was an actual bank," Yamada countered. "The other two were convenience stores." "Forgive me if I'm not ecstatic about increased crime," a wry chuckle escaped from Kazuya's lips. He looked down at the reports back at their agency. They were on their lunch break, so he decided to file their work early so it was less work when he clocked out. As he read the report, he noticed a pattern in this one, along with what Aizawa said. He took out his phone, which his two friends got for him on his first-year anniversary of work with them. Granted, it was more of a gift for themselves, as they put a text-to-speech app on it so he was easier to communicate with, but it was still a free phone. He began typing away in the app, which caught the attention of the other two. "Something's off about the report," he typed. "There's a pattern here." "That's so?" Aizawa asked. Kazuya nodded as he tapped his paper for emphasis. "It says here two of them were quirkless. And, well, the other two robberies were quirkless perps as well, yes." It took a moment for them to recall. "You're right," Yamada rubbed his chin. "I think Kiyama also said she arrested a few quirkless as well." Why the sudden increase? It was the question on everyone's mind. Unfortunately, they didn't know. Kazuya had a clue if the stories he heard back at his old home were to be true. Some of his old friends at the camp had quite an opinion on how Japan views the quirkless. Even so, most don't become criminals, so is this just a fluke, or just the smoke to a blistering fire? A few weeks have passed since Izuku got his diagnosis. After the initial shock of sadness though, he slowly went back to his normal joyful self. Occasionally he would tell stories of how his classmates ignored him, but one boy stayed his friend, Bakugo Katsuki. At least, that was what Inko thought until today. When Izuku came home from an after-school playdate, he had some small bruises and most of his clothes were soaked. After calming him down and giving him a new pair of clothes, Inko was able to coax what happened out of him. Katsuki had pushed Izuku whilst they were in a creek, and Izuku had no idea why. He said all he did was offer Katsuki a hand after he had fallen in, and then he got berated by all the kids, and yelled at by Katsuki. After the story, Izuku said he wanted to be alone, which Inko felt was the right choice at the moment. He shut himself into the computer room and hasn't been seen since. As Inko was making dinner, she would often glance at the phone, wondering if she should call the Bakugos. What happened was clearly not right, no matter how you look at it. At the same time, Inko knew Mitsuki. This wouldn't stand by her nor Masuro, and it would be very hard to hide. The Bakugos were close, so this sneaking under the radar was unlikely. As her anxiety about the situation continued to grow, Inko noticed it was getting hard to breathe. Her chest was getting tighter each passing minute, and she was starting to see stars. She placed down her kitchen utensils and tried her best to calm down, but the breathing got worse and worse by the minute. Eventually she grabbed the phone and began dialing for the hospital. Just as she punched in the numbers, it felt as if her chest was crushing her organs, and she collapsed to the ground. The last thing she saw was the computer room door opening, and the last thing she heard was her baby boy screaming, "Mama!" Nezu looked up at the building in front of him. He had to admit, 𝐸 was impressive. Whilst the main building itself was large and imposing, what Nezu really took note of was how large the fence was, both in height and length. He was sure the gate spread for about 1.5 miles down the road, whilst the height was enough to deter even the most confident of criminals. If it wasn't, the cameras placed everywhere would have been. With the overwhelming presence of the building slowly fading, Nezu began to make his way to the teacher's lounge. That was where he was supposed to meet his superior, that'll show him around. Of course Nezu would follow suit, assuming said teacher wasn't going to act arrogant and foolhardy. He brought the 𝐸 map up on his phone. It was a basic one that only showed the important parts of the main building, like classrooms, cafeteria, gym, courtyard, etc. As he began his journey to the lounge, he took notice of the decor and atmosphere. 𝐸 had mostly bright colors. Red, blue, yellow, white, as if to give off a heroic energy. Very little drab or drearinish anywhere. Not to mention the giant windows that let the warm and blinding morning sun shine through. How thick was the glass? Could it withstand an attack? Nezu pondered. Was this place a structural weakness? These thoughts and more clouded his mind. With everything shown to him thus far, 𝐸 tried to give off this open yet bright and cheery aura. Almost as if there were no downsides of learning here. Nezu knew it to be false, but he understood. After all, who would send their kid to a school that screamed doom and stress-filled gloom? "Excuse me," an older voice called. "You wouldn't happen to be Nezu, would you?" The rodent cleared his thoughts as he turned towards the gentleman. He was an old man with hair that started to white with age. There were other signs of age too, the small wrinkles starting to form around his face, the raspy voice of a hero who's been yelling orders and commands for years, tired but experienced eyes, and an aura of pride and respect. "That I am?" Nezu stuck out his hand. "You wouldn't happen to be Gran Torino, would you?" The older gentleman laughed as they shook hands. "Midnight told me you were perceptive. Despite only graduating a few years ago, the little minx is already recommending people to work here. I hope she made a good choice." If Nezu hadn't been free for the past few years, he would have taken that as an insult, as a challenge. However, now he could tell it was more of a cautious note than anything else. He trusted Midnight, but even so, people can change, or even be different than what they are said to be. "Well then, I think that's enough pleasantries. Shall we get on with the tour? Of course, I'll show your desk here in the lounge, and give you the grand tour of all of our buildings." Nezu nodded, and followed his new co-worker into the lounge. Inko stroked her son's hair as he napped silently on her lap. Today was not a good day for the Midoriyas. First, Izuku is getting harassed, and then Inko passes out, and had to be rushed to the hospital. Thank God Izuku knew their address, as he gave the emergency operator their location as soon as possible. 𝐒𝐭 remembered waking up in the ambulance with Izuku crying next to her, wondering what happened and if everything was okay. She said yes just to calm him down, but even he knew something wasn't right. When they got to the hospital, she said everything was fine, just a blackout, but they obviously still wanted to take tests and make absolutely sure that this was just a fluke. Hours of waiting, and Izuku had finally fallen asleep laying on top of his mother as they wait for the results. The TV they had in the room had the news on, but she wasn't really focusing on it. She was just focusing on the soft breathing of Izuku and what the doctors would say. She wanted to give Izuku a good life. She wanted to enjoy a family life with Hisashi. Unfortunately, life has a habit of showering you in a monsoon before you can see the rainbow. "Miss Midoriya," the nurse said as he came in. He took a look at Izuku and kept his voice down. "We came back with your tests. I have some bad news." 𝐭 took a deep breath and took the clipboard to see what she had. She looked back at the nurse who had a somber look on his face. She read the diagnosis paper again. This couldn't be true, it had to be false. Yet, she knew it wasn't. 𝐭 had lung cancer. To be continued. A teen with a grey beanie sprinted down an empty street and took a turn into an alleyway of mazes. The buildings looming over him darkened the alleys, making tracking him harder and harder. Soon his breath ran out and he had to take a rest. He slammed his back against the wall and lowered down into a sitting position, clutching the bag to his chest. As far as he knew, he had escaped. He never thought being chased could be so horrifying. As the beating of his heart slowly vanished from his ears, he tried to keep them open for signs of the hero. When he heard nothing, he sighed in relief. That was too close, but now he could at least rest for a little bit. Even if he felt safe, he couldn't stay here for long. The hero chasing him had this weird quirk that could locate him. He had to keep moving, at least for the next 2 minutes. Once his breath caught back up with him, he slowly got up from the wall and began to make his way out of the alleyway maze. He made sure to check every corner before continuing on. The hero could be nearby, stalking him, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush him. As he moved from alley to alley and checked his corners, he counted the seconds in his head. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Something tipped over. A loud clanging sound echoed and went into his ears. Was it someone tripping over it? Or was it just a fluke? 1 minute, 15 seconds. The skin on his back began to crawl. He felt like he was being watched. He looked behind him to see an empty alleyway. He looked around the corner to see the same image. Was he imagining it? 1 minute left. His paranoia consumed him. He went into a full-blown sprint, hoping to throw them off. 50 seconds. He heard a whirring noise and a loud scream. All of a sudden a giant weight pounced on him and caused him to drop the bag as he tumbled. The weight grabbed him and wrestled with him. He tried to fight back, but a thunk to the head caused his vision to blur. Next thing he felt was cuffs going on his wrists as the hero turned him over. "All right, you two, that's good," a voice said over an intercom. When his vision went back to single, he saw a baton collapsed into itself and someone offering a hand. "Can you untie me first?" he asked. "Oh, right, sorry," the other person apologized. The baton extended again, and the person began tapping the ground, before finally tapping his back. Eventually it reached his wrists, and he heard the rod collapse again. The man with the beanie then felt hands work the cuffs, and felt his wrist slip free. He turned over a bit, and saw the hand extended again. He grabbed the hand and squeezed twice. He was then lifted to his feet. In front of him was a person wearing a dark grey hoodie with the words "Super" in white text on the chest, dark blue jogging briefs that had a bit of dirt and debris on them, and black climbing shoes. The person then removed their hood, revealing a teenage girl with a pair of dark-tinted glasses, jet black hair with dark blue highlights that dropped around their shoulders and down to their chest. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm fine," he responded. "What about you? You doing all right?" The girl blew a raspberry. "I hope so. I mean physically, yeah, I'm great. I just hope I did better than last time." The boy laughed. He sure hoped she did too, otherwise that bruise that was starting to form on his head would have been for nothing. "All right, well, let's get going, yeah." The girl nodded her head and the two began walking out of the alley, with the teen in the beanie giving them directions on where to go. "How are your students coming along, Nezu?" one of his colleagues asked. He was 𝐻𝐷𝐷, the technomancer hero. He sat down at his desk with a cup of hot coffee and a stack of papers, most likely items students asked from the support class. "Fine," Nezu replied. "Very fine, in fact. I might send a couple for the class reassignment test." "Really?" an older voice says. 𝐼𝐴, Class A's teacher, just entered the lounge. "So, who are the lucky ones?" "Luck has nothing to do with it. You know that as well as I." The older hero chuckled in response. The rodent began listing off some names. He started with ones he was considering, before moving on to the ones he knew he would send. One name caught 𝐼𝐴's attention in particular. 𝐼𝐴 Yukihara. He repeated, "Isn't that the blind girl in your class?" Nezu nodded. "Interesting, what was her quirk again?" "In a way it negates her blindness, if only for a certain person. She has this hunting vision that lets her see a target she has touched. With the help of 𝐻𝐷𝐷's class, her tracking has increased tenfold." "What was her item again?" 𝐻𝐷𝐷 asked. "Exoskeleton legs to help her climb and chase if need be, along with adhesive gloves." The support teacher hummed as he remembered the request. A proud smile went on his lips as he heard his students' inventions were working as intended. "Do you truly think she can be a hero, though?" one of the business teachers asked. "I mean no disrespect, but her vision can be a horrible disadvantage." "I wouldn't send students up unless I was 100% sure they could succeed," Nezu replied. The confidence the rodent exhibited was enough to stop the conversation, but the doubt still lingered in some minds. Not Nezu, though. He was confident in his student's ability, even with the disadvantage. Her drive made him want to see her succeed. Yet, there was also this sick satisfaction he wanted. He wanted to see the shocked faces of those who doubted him. The genuine surprise that he did something they refused to do or refused to expect. It was glorious to him. He shook the future satisfaction from his mind and returned to his work. As he logged into his computer, a news article on the side of the search engine popped up. He liked to keep in touch with current events, so he had news articles that he could click onto if he wanted. The article was about how some heroes had busted up a loan shark racket. Nezu's mind lingered a bit on the loan part of that article. Loan. The Midoriyas. Nezu forgot all about them. It was a shame, but he really did. With his work has been so busy helping his students, not to mention with helping Midnight open her agency, and 𝐭𝐲's own hero job, it slipped his mind. He promised he would pay them back as soon as he could. How could he forget? For almost 4 years, no less. As he eyed the word that set off his memory, he began to frown as he calculated in his head. How much did they spend on their escape again? Add a few years of interest, how much did he owe? Hell, could he even put an amount for how much Hisoshi helped him? How welcoming 𝐒𝐭 was. Not to mention their son. He would have to be in kindergarten by now, maybe even the first year of primary school. As he continued to calculate the numbers, the nagging thought of forgetting the family he owed his life to haunted him. However, he would pay them back, for everything they've done. 𝐒𝐭 continued to look at the hospital bill. It was too much money. Sure, she was able to provide for her little Izuku, but with these hospital bills, it was starting to add up. She could either fight the cancer and slowly let the money leech consume her livelihood, or she keeps the money, but let cancer slowly consume her body. Neither were good choices. She didn't want to leave her little boy alone in this world. He's quirkless, and his friends have just betrayed him because of it. She refused to take this lying down. Not until she knows he will be okay. Not until she knew her baby would be okay. If she had to work an extra job or two, so be it. If she had to sell some of the jewelry Hisoshi got her over the years, so be it. She sighed as she shoved the bills to the side and took another look at her mail. A fashion magazine she really should unsubscribe to, advertisements, and a letter. A thick one at that. She ripped open the letter and took out the contents. Sealed inside was a check and a note. She took a look at the check and her eyes nearly popped out of their skull. The check nearly had 100,000 yen signed on it. Who would send something like this? Was it a scam? 𝐒𝐭 took a look at the note again. She unfolded the flaps and her breath nearly caught in her throat. Not because of the cancer, but because of the name. Nezu, she said aloud. It had been about 5 years since she last saw him after his initial escape. Why was he sending a letter now? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 began to read the letter. Mrs. Midoriya, I know it's been a while since we last saw each other. However, I had forgotten a promise I made to you back then. I promised to pay you back every yen 𝐭𝐴ZUYO and I had spent on our escape, and I am sorry for that. Encased is a check that pays you back in full, alongside a 4-year interest rate. Tears were already falling from the mother's eyes. This was too generous. However, despite it getting harder to read, she pressed on. You do not have to worry about paying any interest back. Because of you and your husband's generosity and kindness, 𝐭𝐴ZUYO and I have a wonderful life now, full of intrigue and action. I also sent this as an invitation. You have helped us so much within what little you have done, so I want to return that kindness. If you ever want help, let us know. Below was Nezu's and 𝐭𝐴ZUYO's contact info. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had no words. With the check, she can begin her battle. It may not be enough to cure it, but it's a start. That's all she needed. Whilst she had no words, her actions spoke louder than any words ever could, if the giant wet stains that came from her tears of joy were anything to go by. 2 months later, the 4 students from Class 1C all waited impatiently. The biggest one of them, who stood at 7 feet tall, paced around the room. A loud thud came from every step he took. Another, who had an extra pair of arms, was sitting at a desk lightly drumming 4 pencils. The third, a girl with an eye patch over one of her eyes, was also sitting, but tapped her foot impatiently. Then there was the final girl, who had her hood up, and a collapsible cane in her hand. They had been waiting for nearly 10 minutes for their teacher's arrival. Every second that passed by, the ticking of the classroom's clock grew louder. Tick, tick, tick. Their minds continued to wander as they waited. Did they make it? Did they fail? Tick, tick, tick. Was this their teacher's sick way of telling them they failed? Waste their time. Get their hopes up only to have a verdict to never come. Tick, tick, tick. Squeeze. Everyone looked over to the door as it was opened. Nezu came walking in, 4 folders in hand. No one said a word as he walked to the middle of the classroom. All 4 sets of eyes were on him. He went to the desk and placed the folders on it and finally addressed his students. Jin Tabachi, Ishino Watanabe, Haru Aino, and Aiko Yukihara, he said. All 4 leaned in and waited. All 4 of you have done well in my class these past few months. Training has been hard, and keeping up with your studies even harder. However, despite everything the world has thrown at all of you, you have fought your way through it all. Like true heroes. The students tensed up, and Nezu got a mischievous smile on his face as he saw them. It is why, with great honor, that I, as your old homeroom teacher, congratulate and welcome you into 𝐂𝐲𝐸's hero program. There was a single moment where everything just stopped, and then, the 4 teens erupted into cheers. They did it. They were going to Class 1A and 1B. In these folders is your new schedule, your new class, and your new teachers. Everything you need to know about the hero course at the moment is in those folders. If you have any further questions, please direct them to your new homeroom teachers. As Nezu called each of his students and handed them a folder, his students thanked him in their own special way. The giant simple shook hands with his teacher, 4 arms shook his hand while also doing a fist pump and putting his hands together in thankfulness. Miss Eyepatch hugged her teacher, and all that was left was Aiko Yukihara. Since she was blind, her folder was printed in braille, but there was also text if need be. She walked her way over to her old teacher and let him guide her hands to the paper. When she grabbed it, her hands began to shake, almost as if she couldn't believe it was true. Mr. Nezu, she began. Yes, Miss Yukihara. Nezu answered. Thank you. For everything. I always thought that getting in here would be a miracle because of my blindness. The fact that I am now part of the hero course. I could have never imagined it if it wasn't for you. I am so grateful for all you've done. The smile on her face was one of pure joy. The tears that fell from her eyes even more so. Everything I have done has been to help my students. If you want to show gratitude, show the world what a hero can do, no matter who they are. I will. Thank you so much, Mr. Nezu. With that, she began to leave the class. A proud Chimera watched as she used her cane to find her path back to the dorms. Her will and her stubbornness are good traits for her. She will do great things. He can see it. With a final proud sigh, Nezu left as well. Being a hero teacher, he finally found his calling. A year later, 𝐒𝐭 woke up to both her hands being held. She also heard voices, but they were in some kind of static. She felt loopy from the operation, and it was a little hard to breathe. As she tried to blink away the grogginess, she first saw where the voices were coming from. It was the TV in her room that was flipped to a news channel. Next, she saw the two who were holding her hands. To her right was her baby boy. A confused but hopeful look on his face. As her eyes finally opened up fully, his big sunny grin came back. "Mama," he yelled as he threw himself on top of her. She grunted and it was a bit painful, but she returned the hug immediately. "Hey, my bright boy," she whispered hoarsely. "How do you feel?" a voice to her left asked. She looked over and saw Mitsuki Bakugo holding her hand. A warm and gentle smile was on her face. "Sore," 𝐒𝐿 answered as she patted her baby boy. "Even though I just got done sleeping." The two women shared a laugh. 𝐒𝐿 was glad the Bakugos came. Even though things were rough between their boys at the moment, it still meant a lot. Speaking of the Bakugos, she looked past Mitsuki to see both of the Bakugo boys watching from afar. Their eyes meet and she gives them a tiny nod as they both waved back. The support was appreciated, even from afar. "So, are you all better now?" Izuku asked as he got done hugging his mother. "We'll see, my little Izuku," she answered. She turned her blonde friend. "Where's the doctor?" "She'll be back," Mitsuki said. "They are double-checking everything. We don't even know the results yet." She gave her friend another reassuring squeeze. "Do you need anything at the moment?" To be honest, she had to admit she was kind of thirsty. When she told Mitsuki, the blonde grabbed a paper cup and ran some water from the sink. As 𝐒𝐿 drank from the cup, she just sat here patiently as they all waited the fated news. The news on the small TV was ignored as everyone was too anxious to really pay attention to it. Finally, the door opened, and the doctor walked right in. Her brown hair was cut short, and she was wearing her white coat, stethoscope, and was holding a clipboard. Everyone in the room waited in bated breath as she turned to 𝐒𝐿. "Hello, Miss Midoriya," she greeted. "Now then, do you want doctor talk or real talk? Just get on with it." Mitsuki nearly yelled, startling the doctor. "Right, okay." She cleared her throat. "Well, you'll still have to take some medicine for the pain and for the remaining cancer. Not to mention your body need to recover from the operation." "Wait, what do you mean by remaining cancer?" Masaru asked. "Did you not pull the DMN thing out?" His wife accused. The doctor held her hands up in defense as Masaru held his wife back. No, she answered defensively. "In fact, we got almost all of it out. Look." She showed everyone the pre- and post-op X-ray of her lungs. The medium chunk of cancer that was in the before picture was gone in the after picture, but there were still small traces of it. "As I said, most of it is gone, and you have been responding well to previous treatment. If you continue with it, the cancer will be gone within the next few months." The doctor gave a small smile. "Congratulations, Miss Midoriya. We'll still hold you until tomorrow morning, but after that, you're free to go home with details with your post-op choices." The doctor could see the relief in everyone's eyes as she left. This was one of the main reasons she became a doctor. As she left, everyone in the room just sighed and laughed in relief, with 𝐒𝐿 nearly tearing up. She battled cancer, and she won. 𝐒𝐿 continued to stare out the window into the city night. The Bakugos had to go home, but Mitsuki promised to check up on her a couple days from now back at their home. Still, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't believe it. The world had tested her and her baby, and they pulled through. The past year had been rough, but they made it through. Now she had to focus on the future for her baby. Despite the obvious struggle of him being quirkless, she saw that he still insisted on being a hero. He started taking notes about heroes he saw on the TV and read online. In fact, He had just fallen asleep watching the news as he took down notes about a hero and villain fight that was going on. She sighed. It was a tough decision. Does she support her baby's dream, despite the obvious danger and likely discrimination against him? Or does she try to nip it in the bud to keep him safe? What was the right choice to decide? As her thoughts continued to haunt her, she didn't even notice the door open. Nor did she notice a small-statured friend approaching her. "Hello, Miss Midoriya," the voice called quietly as he noticed Izuku was sleeping. Inko turned to see a familiar sharply dressed rodent with a scar on his eye, with a smile on his face. "Nezu," she whispered with a smile. "You came." To be continued. Many years have passed since Inko defeated cancer. Both the Midoriyas and Nezu have been through much since then. With Nezu, he continued to teach for another few years. He slowly made his way from general education to the hero course. It helped that some of the students he sent to the hero course were some of the first of their kind. A blind hero, one with a missing limb, one who was mute, and many more. He was able to push students past what they thought they could do. He brought out the best in them. Even if some of it was unconventional. He often would give them weird tests of their abilities. Half the time it seemed like they were more experiments than anything else. For instance, he put a student who could turn into water and a student made of slime against each other. Some of his students swear they saw him writing down notes about the fight, as the two quirks meshed with each other in weird ways. There were also times he would ask his students to fight him. Again, it seemed less like training and more of him getting his rocks off, if the evil smile and occasional manic laughter was anything. There was a time he accidentally broke a student's nose. While he did stop the fight, he took a minute to call it off as he just stared at his student. Still, most of his students were glad to have him. Even if they never made it to the hero course, he was able to help them find other jobs within the hero world. His also had more than his fair share of rejects. Those who refused to work, or those who thought they were ready for the hero course but weren't, would often fight and argue with him. He was always willing to give his students a shot. After all, this is a hero school. Some, however, are not fit to be heroes themselves, even if they don't want to believe that. The General Studies course is often associated with those who want to join the hero course, but that's not always true. It's more fitting to call it a course for getting into heroics, whether that is business, support, public relations, etc. Those who wouldn't accept that life isn't what they thought it would be, those who refused to even attempt any other way except their own, were often expelled. That has made some enemies in the years. Soon though, he was promoted from General Studies to the hero course. There, he treated his students the same way. Tough training, unique sessions, occasional sadistic training sessions, but with a guiding hand whenever they needed. However, as he continued to teach, he realized something. Those who succeeded him in the general course had a bias he had not accounted for. Every student they sent his way had similar powerful quirks. Super strength, amazing speed, elemental powers, quirks all used for combat. Quirks that would have made it into the hero course regardless. Yet, there were powerful quirks that were being overlooked. Simple ones, yes, but if honed, could be very helpful. All overlooked for flashier, more promotable quirks. It irritated Nezu to no end. His years at the camp, his years at the lab, it showed him how biased the world can be against those considered weak. So, he often tried to see what students were being overlooked and tried to take them under his wing. Of course, he always gave them a choice, and never forced it upon them. Those who worked with him were glad to do so. Over the years he had garnered a reputation as one of the best hero teachers within the school. So much so, that he was offered to take over for the principal during his last year. The old principal was happy to give the position over to the rodent and helped him prepare for it. As the year went by, Nezu realized why the hero world was the way it was. Of course, he had to do with bureaucrats. The Council of Heroes was the group that helped run most of the hero world. Any changes Nezu wanted to make, he would have to go through 7 different hoops before it could be implemented. It was a wonder how anything got done. Still, he had to thank the principal for letting him know, who knew how he would have reacted if he found out while on the actual job. Soon, it was his turn in the leader position. When he finally got the job, he did some big things. First, he invited 𝐶𝐿mentos, midnight, present MIC, and Eraserhead to teach. It was to show appreciation, and to help get some staff after some bad layoffs. Next, he gave interviews to some of his old friends at the camp. Those who were still around anyway. Some, like Oda, had either died, or went somewhere else, without a footprint to follow them. Those who were able to pass the interviews and tests, were able to work at the school. Not as teachers of course, but as maintenance crew. It was hard work, but those who wanted it were grateful for the job. All that led to today. After 3 years as a principal, he finally made one of his biggest steps for the school. He was going to allow quirkless kids to apply for U. At least, next year he was. His years in the business have showed how biased the hero world can be to potential heroes, whose quirks are less than desired. Sure, heroes like Eraserhead happened, but they were an exception, not the norm. Hopefully, this will be a step in the right direction. Now he was just hoping he could change the entrance exam. It was very power quirk heavy, which won't bode well for those who can't break metal. Hopefully, the council will hear him out on it. That was what kept Nezu busy these past few years. As for the Midoriyas, things have been less generous. Yes, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had beaten cancer, but her baby's life has continued to be rough. He spent most of his time watching the news, doing homework, and analyzing heroes for his future to be won. While this would be fine, it was all he ever did. He never went out with friends, and he hasn't been with Katsuki for a long time. Despite all of that, the boy kept a smile on his face, thanks to his inspiration, All Might. He saw how the #1 hero always smiled, no matter what, and he always said he wanted to be just like that. Helping people with a smile. There were days she could tell he was having it rough, but he still smiled through it. In fact, when he got home, even if he seemed down at first, he always bounced back. Every day, with a big smile was on his face, he took every challenge head-on. Then, 𝐒𝐭𝐲's cancer returned. At first it seemed small enough to fight off again. However, it seemed to be stronger than before. It meant going through different treatments, which meant more money needed to be earned. When 𝐒𝐭𝐲 last beat her cancer, Nezu showed up for support. He was glad to help pay for the treatment. He even said if they needed anything else that she shouldn't hesitate to ask him for help. When it came back, she was tempted to call him up again, but she saw where he was on the news. UA's new principal. And has been making many changes to the school. Most for the better. She couldn't ask him for help, not when he was already so busy. He had to focus on the kids. So, she pulled her bootstraps, and got a second job. She came home mostly tired and exhausted, sometimes to the point she couldn't even make dinner. So, Izuku started to step up. The days she was too tired, he would try to make dinner for both of them, all with a smile on his face. However, even with the second job, it still wasn't enough for the treatments. Soon, it was getting harder for her to even move, let alone work. She was then bedridden and had to stay at home as the doctors continued to try and treat her. Because of Izuku's school, had to get a caretaker for her. The hospital was charitable however and was willing to give them one with no expenses named Asahina. She was a gentle soul that always did her best to keep the Midoriya's company and functioning. Despite that, the cancer continued to spread, and got worse every passing day. So much so, that 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was slowly getting skinnier and skinnier, that you could almost see her bones. She was inching closer every day, but she kept fighting. As did her son. The Midoriyas kept fighting, no matter what. That all lead up to today. Daybreak is here. Daybreak is here. Daybreak is dash. The All Might alarm was turned off by a hand emerging from an All Might theme blanket. The irony that the sun wasn't up, but the alarm was yelling daybreak wasn't lost on the owner. He groaned lightly as he swung his feet off his bed and on the floor, with the blanket falling as he did so. He stretched lightly to shake the morning stiffness from his back and neck, before finally standing up. He took another look at the alarm clock. 5 in the morning. Time to start the day. The first thing he did was grab a towel and enter his bathroom. As he turned on the lights, he shielded his eyes a bit from the brightness. When his pupils finally adjusted, he took a look at himself in the mirror. Izuku Midoriya yawned as he checked himself over. His dark green hair was a mess, mostly from bedhead, but also because he needed a haircut. It was too long, It almost covered his eyes. Good thing it's curly. Next, he looked at his freckled face. He liked his freckles. His mom used to call them little angel kisses. He also noticed his eyes, mainly the bags underneath them. I gotta stop looking on hero forums so late, he mumbled to himself. With that self-reflecting note, he continued his morning routine. He brushed his teeth, took a shower, and put on the bottom half of his school uniform and a white t-shirt with the kanji symbol of ___ shirt in the middle of it. Next, he began making breakfast. It was just some rice along with frozen beef curry. Simple, inexpensive, but a good and filling meal. As he was making it, he spilled some on his shirt. Once he was done, he grabbed the 2 plates and went into the second bedroom. "Mom," he called out as he entered. The room had the lights on, but they were dimmed, as well as the TV. On it was a drama about the first heroes. Izuku looked over to the bed to notice his mother sitting up and watching intently. As soon as he stepped in, however, she looked over and gave him a smile. "Good morning, sweetie," she whispered wearily. Izuku smiled brightly as he walked over with their breakfast. He leaned and she gave her baby a kiss on the forehead. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine, Mom, how about you?" He handed her one of the plates and began eating off his own. "I little tired. I couldn't sleep last night." She placed her hand on her son as he tensed up. "Don't fuss, I got a few hours of sleep. I'm fine." She rubbed her thumb to help calm him down. "Are you sure, Mom?" "Positive." While he was unconvinced, he still smiled and finished his breakfast with his mom. He stayed to watch the show and chat with his mother before he had to get ready for school. Soon though his phone alarm went off, and he went to get prepped. After he got dressed and grabbed his backpack, he went to the kitchen to wash the plates and get some last-minute studying in. He needed to study as much as he could, if the papers he kept getting were anything go off. Half of them come back with CS, and maybe the occasional B, but he's been a bit busy. As he reviewed his high school prep book, the doorbell to the apartment rung out. He closed his book and answered the door to reveal Miss Asahina. She had tanned skin, long caramel hair, and was wearing a white t-shirt with a red overshirt and black skirt. She had kind blue eyes and a small but sincere smile. "Morning, Izuku," she made her way in as Izuku invited her. "How's she feeling today?" "A little sluggish," he answered. "She said she couldn't sleep last night." Asahina noticed how Izuku tensed and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Relax, these things happen sometimes. It's nothing to be worried about." It's hard not to worry. Izuku's pretty sure worrying is a family trait. But he trusts Asahina. "You have good day at school, we'll be here when you get back." "Okay." "Okay," he grabbed his supplies and was nearly out the door. "Goodbye, Miss Hina." "Bye, Izuku." With their goodbyes said, Izuku began his commute to school. Today has been a mixed bag for Izuku. On the way to school, he was able to see 2 new heroes debut and get some more notes down for his future as a hero. Kamu Wood's speed when handling that criminal was impressive, and even though Mount Lady kind of stole the spotlight from him, her interaction with the public is something to note for the future. Granted, he can't really do sex appeal very well, but she was able to take control of the situation and make the public listen to her. Definitely something he needs to work on. If only his crippling anxiety wasn't so crippling. Unfortunately, the high wouldn't go that long as once homeroom started it went downhill. His teacher was passing out future goal papers, making comments about how everyone wants to be heroes. Bakugo then went on some kind of rant about being better than everyone. The class tried to gang up on him, but he was always the loudest one in the room. Then the teacher called him out. He tried to calm Bakugo down, saying that there was news of 𝐻𝐻 finally being accepted into the school, so even if is only in general studies, it could help him out. After some threats, the class finally calmed down and the day continued as normal. Then Bakugo was still caught up in what happened in the morning. He and 2 other classmates continued to insult Izuku, and even destroyed the book he was writing in, calling it worthless for a 𝐻𝐻 or something like that. Then Bakugo said he should jump off the roof. Maybe not in those exact words, but that was the gist of it. Good thing Izuku's used to tuning those kinds of things out. Wasn't the first time someone said that to him, probably won't be the last. The fact it was Bakugo would have stung more, But honestly, he hasn't really cared what the blonde thought ever since his mom got reinfected. He fished his notebook out the koi pond and tried to commute back home. Then he got attacked by a villain made of slime. Nearly died, but he was saved by a hero. The hero, in fact, All Might himself. He even signed his notebook. However, he got a little too anxious and wanted to ask All Might one question. The one question that kept him up at night, that he asked himself during those nights. Can I, as someone who's quirkless, be a hero? After an incident that landed him on a roof, and learning that All Might can only work a few hours a day, he got his answer straight from the horse's mouth. I can't see it happening. Sorry, kid. Be a police officer or paramedic. Not as glamorous, but you'll still be helping people. With that, Izuku was alone with his thoughts. He knew that this day would be coming, when he realized his dream would be just that. He couldn't even dwell on it though, because that slime villain that nearly killed him escaped and captured another person, Bakugo. The blonde was panicking so much he was letting loose large explosions, trying to get the criminal off of him. Nearby stores were caught on fire and the heroes couldn't get in close to apprehend the villain. That wasn't what caught Midoriya's attention though. It was the tears Bakugo had. In all his years he's known him, he's never seen Bakugo cry. Not only was he doing that, but they were tears of fear. True absolute fear of dying. Next thing he knew, he was sprinting toward the blonde, throwing his backpack to avoid the villain's attack, and clawing away the slime from Bakugo's mouth for him to breathe. A burst of wind and a little rain later, All Might returned to finally capture the villain. The crowd complimented him, the heroes congratulated Bakugo for his bravery, and he was chewed out for being stupid and charging in without a quirk. Glad to see every hero has the same opinion about his dream. Finally, as he headed home though, Bakugo caught up to him, and yelled at him saying, I didn't need your help. I don't owe you anything. To anyone else it sounded like another insult. Yet, he knew it was just his way of saying thanks. Granted, if reporters heard him, they'd take it the other way, but his positive view can iron that out. With everything that went on, it was a little rough. But now he finally has time to reflect on what All Might told him. Hero work was all he's been dreaming about, even when he was diagnosed. It was all anyone ever talked about throughout school. The fame, glory, and even the pay was one of the best. Yet those were superficial reasons to be a hero. He wanted to help people, and being a hero was the best way to do it. They stopped criminals, helped communities, and made people feel safer. Yet, what he said about police and paramedics was right. He didn't have to be a hero to help people. Community managers, doctors, beat cops, and so many other jobs helped people every day. Ever since his mom got reinfected, he's been having to put a pin in the hero life, but now. Maybe now was the time to remove the pin and remove it from the board entirely. Still, who could he ask about jobs that help people? Miss Asahina. She's been with a few months, and she's been a big help with everything. He was always thankful for her help, and so was his mom. She was the perfect one to talk to. Of course, first he had to tell his mom, to tell her not to worry about him being a hero anymore. Sure, he might be a detective or cop still, but both are not as dangerous as heroes, something she'll be glad about. That's of course if Miss Asahina doesn't suggest something else. He excitedly quickened his pace home to tell Miss Asahina and his mother the news. Aizawa, Nezu sipped from his cup. I understand you have expelled more than half of your students this year. The tired man nodded his head. May I ask why? You said I could teach my class however I wanted, he answered. This included expulsions and such. I understand that. However, you must keep in mind how this makes us look like as a school. The teacher groaned in annoyance. The goal you wanted us to aim for were the best heroes could be. The kids I expelled didn't cut it, what's the problem? Nezu took another sip from his tea. Aizawa didn't like this. A chewing out he can take, the fact that he doesn't seem angry or upset unsettles him. He was just neutral. The problem is we are supposed to teach these kids how to behave as heroes, not just train them to fight villains. If you keep expelling people, this comes more across as you being a bad teacher, and us as a bad school. Aizawa felt a twinge of annoyance. If he was a bad teacher, why didn't Nezu just fire him? He hated teaching brats anyway, which was what more than half of his class was this year. I won't fire you if that's what you're thinking, Aizawa. He hates it when he reads his mind. Instead, I'll just give you some advice. You're a teacher here, and you didn't have to take me up on my offer. Act like one, even if you hate it. Can you with good conscience expel students who can be good if they had a guiding hand? Aizawa shifted uncomfortably. No, he couldn't. These are still kids after all, and it's not like he should expect them to work like him. Perhaps he may have set his standards a bit too high. Now then, I trust your judgment, but if these expulsions keep up, I'll have to tighten up some restrictions on you. Understand? Yes, he answered. Very well. You may return to your class. Without another word, Aizawa left the office. When the door closed, Nezu sighed. Hopefully, those kids wouldn't take it personally, even if it was. Aizawa can be a good teacher, at least to students he liked. He hopes those who were expelled actually did something stupid. If not, hopefully the seeds he's planted in his worker's mind will grow and fester. Suddenly, Nezu's phone began to ring. As he looked at the number, it was one he immediately recognized. It had been a while since they talked. Hopefully it brought good news. Hopefully, the doctors finally got it to go into remission. Whilst he was happy to pay for everything again, a little extra spending money would always be good. Hello Miss Midoriya, he answered the phone. How are you doing? This is Nezu, correct? An unfamiliar voice asked. Immediately, Nezu's danger senses went off. Who are you? My name is Asahina, I'm Miss Midoriya's caretaker. He relaxed after he heard the title. However, there was this little twinge in his fur that wouldn't go away. My apologies, Miss Asahina. What can I do for you? I'm actually here to bring you some news. About Miss Midoriya. Nezu stayed silent. The tone of her voice was one of the few times he was put on edge. Miss Midoriya. She's passed away. To be continued. Midoriya just stood still in the room, processing everything. Earlier he said today was a mixed bag, a mix of good and bad. But as he stood at the door alone in the room, he knew he would have to retract that statement. He could hear Mrs. Asahina calling someone behind him. After she broke the news to him, she tried her best to comfort him. Yet the small embrace they gave each other wasn't the same warmth he was used to. He wanted his mother's warmth. He wanted to feel her arms around him and to hear her breathing, no matter how shallow it got. After they let go, she said he could take all the time he needed, but he knew it would never be enough. After all, he had just been standing here blank like a statue for at least 5 minutes. He slowly approached the bed, and gently placed his hands on his mother's arm. He lightly grabbed her hand and gave it a small squeeze. He finally let the tears that were forming flow free from his ducts. He brought the hand to his forehead as he sobbed quietly. I'm sorry, he cried. I'm sorry for worrying you. For making you work too much. For everything I've ever done to you. He dropped the hand and wrapped his arms around the body, his sobbing finally growing louder. Please come back, he begged. I have nothing without you. I have no one. Please come back. Please. Midoriya continued to sit on the couch as the doorbell rang. Miss Asahina answered the door, and standing there with a black bag were the morticians, fully dressed in suits. After a small conversation they made their way past her, and to his mother. He felt a hand on his shoulder give him a small squeeze. He showed no outward reaction, but didn't shrug it off either. After a few minutes, the morticians exited her room and stood behind Midoriya and Asahina. Midoriya, she asked. Do you want to say one last goodbye? He shook his head no. He already said what he wanted in the room. He heard his front door close and he knew that it was just the two of them. Asahina finally walked in front of him and knelt down in front of him. Their eyes were even with each other, but Midoriya continued to look into his hands. I'm going to have to make a lot of calls. Before I do, is there anything you want me to do? He was going to shake his head, but something did come to mind. Can, he barely whispered. Can why you stay here as you call? He inched his eyes up to see a sad but genuine smile on her lips. Of course. She took a seat on the cushion next to him as she begun her calls. He drowned her out as she did and just stared at his backpack. He just needed the white noise, something to keep his thoughts from spiraling. He reached into the bag and took out the burnt notebook. He slowly flipped to the page with All Might's signature. All he could do was stare at it. When he got the signature, he was going to treat it like a good luck charm. The #1 hero's signature, not many had that. However, ever since he received it, it's been nothing but downhill. Yelled at, dreams crushed, watching an old friend nearly suffocate, yelled at some more, insulted, and now this. The bold black ink continued to stare at him, taunting him like a cursed cipher. He was only halfway through tearing the pages out when he realized what he was doing. Yet, he didn't stop. As he took the 2 pages, he just balled them up, too weak to really tear them anymore, and let them fall to the ground. For however long it had been, he just sat there, with his memories of him and his mother passing by. His first time eating katsudon, his first time seeing All Might's debut with her, the hug she gave him when she apologized for his quirklessness, the hugs that filled him with a clam warmth, the stories she would tell him about heroes, the day he found out his father wasn't overseas, the moments he caught her looking at his father's picture, the nights where they would watch TV together, or play board games, and so much more. One thought continued to echo in his mind as he remembered his parents though. They're waiting for me. A day had passed since his mother's passing. He was already at the funeral, with a few people he barely recognized. Most were her old co-workers and friends. The Bakugos were here as well, along with Kaken. The 2 boys barely made eye contact, but to be fair, Midoriya barely made eye contact at all. They had already cremated his mother and put her in her urn. Now it was just a matter of paying respects. It was a hard process, but Mrs. Sahina was doing her best to keep him strong. She was going above and beyond what she had to, and he greatly appreciated it. He had to shake a couple of hands and hear a lot of condolences, but most of them were just blurs in his mind if he was being honest. They proceeded with the funeral and people would go up and say a few words about 𝐭𝐽. Midoriya was asked to go up but he shook his head no. He didn't want to speak, nor did he feel the need to. Soon, it was over, and the guests slowly but surely left, one by one, all wishing Izuku luck and goodwill, or sympathies, or something or other. Finally, there were only 3 guests left, along with himself and Mrs. Sahina, the Bakugos. Emitsuki placed a hand on his shoulder. Her eyes were still red from tears, and part of her makeup had already started to run. However, she gave the boy a soft squeeze and asked him something. Izuku, she started. That was all the boy heard though. His mind had blanked again for the millionth time that day, unfortunately. However, whatever it was must have been important, as when he finally came back to reality, he saw Mitsuki and Mrs. Sahina arguing about something, with Masaru trying his best to mediate the situation. What do you mean dealt with? The blonde asked aggressively. I mean what I mean, Sahina replied. I've already contacted Dash. Well, they obviously didn't care enough if they aren't here. We're the only ones left here. Where is this other one you are talking about? I don't know, but they are very busy, and I have strict instructions to keep Midoriya until they arrive. Oh yeah? From who? Mitsuki crossed her arms as she glared at the caregiver. Miss Midoriya herself. This was one of the few times the Bakugos were awestruck. All of them. Mitsuki looked confused, and almost heartbroken at what was said. Masaru shared the same look, but grabbed his wife's hand to try and comfort her. As for Kaken, while he still had a frown, his eyebrows were raised in surprise as well. The blonde turned to Midoriya and the frown seemed to have deepened again, but there was something else that he couldn't quite place. But she, why would she, were all the words Mitsuki managed to get out. Masaru squeezed his wife's hand. Honey, go outside with Kitsuki, he whispered to her. I'll talk with them, okay? Masaru, her husband, gently shushed her and began leading them to the exit. Their son stuffed his hands in his pockets and followed his mother out. As they did so, Asahina grabbed Midoriya's attention. Midoriya, she said. I want you to go grab your mom while I talk with Mr. Bakugo, okay? What if I drop her? Was all he asked. Asahina placed a hand on his shoulder. It'll be okay. She's your mother, I know you will handle her with care. It may not have been much, but it was enough. Masaru had returned and gave Midoriya a warm smile before the boy left to get his mother. Midoriya stood there looking at the urn. It was a white urn with an assortment of red flowers surrounding it. He caressed the urn and placed his forehead on it and whispered, "I miss you. I love you." He just kept repeating that for a while, unsure of how much time has passed. With everyone gone, he finally let the mask down, if only a small bit, and tears erupted from his eyes. He sobbed quietly as he felt the smooth ceramic in his hands and on his forehead. He regained his composure, and took one last deep breath. He carefully picked up the urn, and cradled it between his arms and made his way back to Asahina and 𝐿. However, when he returned, 𝐿 was gone, but Asahina wasn't alone. Sitting next to her was a person with a mutant quirk that made him look like mix between a bear, mouse, and dog. Midoriya recognized him, but couldn't place his name. He walked over and the two adults looked at him. "Hello there," the man said. He took a look at the urn and his mouth turned into a smile filled with grief. He turned his attention back to Izuku. "It is nice to see you again, Izuku. I must ask, do you remember me?" "I do not." "I'm sorry," the man chuckled. "It's fine, it was only a few times after all." He drops down from the chair and straightens out his suit. He points to the urn. "I take it that's your mother." Izuku nodded gently. Asahina stood up and held out her hands. "I can take her from here, sweetie," she insisted. Izuku wanted to hang on to her for a little longer, but he trusted Miss Asahina. As gently as they could, they exchanged the urn. "I'm going to find the director to get a carrier for her. You two can catch up." Before the green-haired boy can ask questions, she was already out of the room. "First off, I want to give my condolences," the man started. Izuku turned to him. He didn't need more condolences, so he tried his best to avoid eye contact. Unfortunately, because the man was smaller than him, his tactic of looking at the ground wasn't as effective. This didn't go unnoticed by the man. "I guess you're tired of hearing that tonight. I understand. Just know that I know she was an incredible woman." The man's smile widened. "And an incredible mother." Izuku felt a twinge of anger. How would he know? "I guess that means I have some big shoes to fill." That made Izuku do a double take. "What?" the green boy whispered. The man's smile lowered a bit, but it was still seen. "Well, you see, your mother asked me a favor." The man pulled out some documents from his vest and handed them to Izuku. They were guardianship forms. Izuku's hands shook as they read them. Who was this man, and why couldn't he shake the thought that he's seen him before? "Why?" was all Izuku asked. Inko never said. She was very insistent it was me though. After everything she's done for me, I couldn't refuse. Not that I would've. Izuku lowered the forms and finally looked at the man. He had bare paws, a mouse-like nose, ears a mix between a bear and dog. A tail, white fur, and was dressed in a black vest with a white undershirt. He had a scar on his right eye. "Who are you?" The man placed his paws behind his back. "My name is Nezu, and if you want, I will be your guardian starting next week." When the man mentioned his name, that was when Izuku recognized him. He was there when his mom beat off the first wave. He was waking up from sleeping at the time, but he remembers seeing him talking with her. They exchanged greetings, but he was on his way out at the time. However, the name was very important. There were some checks they would receive in the mail from time to time under that same name. Izuku saw them when his mother was first bedridden and he had to pick up the mail himself. "You helped Mom with the bills," he mumbled. The man did a mix between a sigh and a chuckle. "Yes, I did. I wished it was enough to help her." The man gently tapped his paw on Midoriya's empty hand. "However, now it's time to make sure your future is settled. If you sign those papers, I will be your legal guardian, but that is only if you want it. If you have someone else you'd rather have, Miss Asahina can help you." Izuku looked at the forms again, and then back at the man. There was something off-putting about him, and yet he could see that he held good intentions, and trusted Izuku with whatever decision. However, there was one question in his mind. "How did you know Mom?" The man shifted a bit, but his smile was still on his lips. "Your mother. She helped me when an old friend and I were in a little trouble. She went above and beyond to help us. I told her that I would help her out any time she called for it." The mouse gave Izuku's arm another pat. Making sure you grow up healthy is her last wish, one I intend to keep, no matter what. If you have someone else in mind as your guardian, I will allow you to go with them. You'll have a few days to grieve before your decision. The man looked at his watch before sighing. I'm afraid I have to go. Miss Asahina will take you back home for the night. Do not be afraid to ask her for anything. The man's shifty smile then changed into a genuine one. It was a pleasure to see you again, Izuku Midoriya. I know you will grow into an exceptional young man, just like your mother hoped. With that final compliment, the man walked out of the door, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts and the guardianship papers. As Asahina and Izuku entered the apartment, the young boy noticed the eerie silence. It was somehow deafening. He saw Asahina was placing his mom on a shelf in the living room. I'm going to my room, he told her. Okay. Do you want something to eat? No. He began to undress his suit as he walked into his room. When he closed the door, all he saw was the many smiling faces of All Might posters. The sight of them would usually be a ray of hope and joy. Now though, all he saw was a taunting smile. A grin that was supposed to give him peace of mind, boiled his blood. Once he put on his lounge clothes he took one last look of his room filled with memorabilia, before he began packing it all away. The smiles taunted him, but he couldn't destroy them. It was still All Might after all. His room was now empty, save for one poster, his first poster. It wasn't anything special, it was just All Might flashing his smile with a thumbs up. Not the best poster, not even All Might's first poster, but it was Izuku's. He remembers him and his mother waiting in line for almost an hour to get it. It held sentimental value to him. Everything else was expendable, but not that one. With his job finally done, he laid on his bed, and all of the emotion he's been holding in flowed out. Any loud sobbing he did into his pillow. His tears stained his sheets and pillow, his breath hitched every 30 seconds, and his heart was practically broken. Yet, this was so much better than showing his heart to everyone at the funeral. Katsuki growled as he looked at his textbook. If Deku really sessed him off, and at Auntie's funeral no less. Where does that worthless runt get off refusing the old hag's offer? BSE didn't even tell her no himself, he had to get what's-her-face to do it for him. To make it even worse, they said 𝐭 was insistent on it. How low is that? Then there was the fact that the old man tried to get answers, but got next to nothing. Just that this other so-called guardian was supposed to show up to the funeral, but never did. Well, of course the hag wasn't pleased about this, so she decided to stake out who this guy was. The old man tried to convince her otherwise, but it was 2-1, so he just went to grab food while they waited. When the guy came, Bakugo could have sworn he's seen the guy before. Didn't even look like much, guy was shorter than Deku, and looked like a literal rat. And then, the guy walked out alone. Some thing guardian, and that was the guy they took over the hag. Sure, she can be brash, but she's good. Deku would have been lucky to have her as a guardian, and the useless nerd says no. Where does he get off? Even when Katsuki was on his best behavior, the nerd disrespects his family like that. Seriously, he knew the funeral was sensitive business, it's why he stayed quiet for most of it, and only talked when he needed to. He wasn't going to disrespect Auntie 𝐭 like that. He also knew that nerd was taking it harder, but that doesn't excuse the SHT he pulled. Besides, the runt was silent for most of it anyway. All the years of listening to that crybaby, and now is when he's emotionless. Yeah, right. Whatever Deku's problem was, he'd find out. To be continued. Katsuki growled as he rested his head on his hand. Where the hell was Deku? The little runt wasn't seen anywhere on his way to school. Even if they didn't talk, Bakugo would see the runt on the way at least once. Maybe he got sidetracked by another villain attack. Guess the heroes didn't drill it in enough that he wouldn't last a second as a hero. What's up, Bakugo? One of the extras greeted him. He just gave a nod hoping that would be the end, but he should have guessed otherwise. So where were you yesterday? Deku was also gone. You two finally duke it out. Yeah, right, the blonde scoffed. BSTRD wouldn't last 10 seconds with me. I had to go to a funeral. SHD, sorry to hear that. Who died? Bakugo took a few seconds to think of a response. My aunt. Sorry to hear that, man. Bakugo just scoffed as a response. Soon though, their teacher walked in, and the bell rang, and there was still no sign of Deku. The class didn't really notice except for a few, mainly those who sat next to him. All right, everyone calm down, the teacher spoke. So I have some news about your classmate Midoriya. Did he give up going to you? A girl called, causing a couple of snickers. Not that I'm aware of, but he won't be joining us for a few days. A couple of murmurs echoed in the room. What the hell does he mean by that? It's kind of an extension of why he didn't show up yesterday as well. Get to the point already, someone in the back yelled. Bakugo growled in anger and saw the teacher give an annoyed sigh. Midoriya's mother passed, and had the funeral yesterday. Most of the taunts and jeers were silenced quickly after that. A lot of people dropping her, he heard the extra next to him whisper. Bakugo shot a glare at him. Sorry, since his mother was his last guardian, he'll be working with child services the next few days to get things in order. When he returns, I expect you to get him caught up. There were a few groans and annoyances, but most were silent. Hearing the groans really sessed Bakugo off for some reason. Still, taking a few days off. That SHT weasel is really milking this for all it's worth for someone who didn't even cry. Whatever, Bakugo was patient. He can wait until Deku comes back. When he does, he'll get what's coming to him. Midoriya continued to stare up at his empty ceiling. He had to go to school today, but he couldn't push himself to even leave bed. He doesn't know how long he's been staring up at the roof, but he could tell he was hungry. So much so, that it's what actually got him to leave his bed. He'll take that as a good sign. When he left his room, he saw Asahina calling people and writing things down in a notepad. I understand that, but the lease is still good, she argued. Her child is still mourning, just give us a week and I'll take him out. Okay, thank you. She hung up the phone and scowled. But, she looked up to see Midoriya standing in the kitchen, looking into the fridge. Midoriya, how are you doing? Okay, he mumbled. He took out some leftovers he had from 3 days ago and slowly picked at it. What time is it? Almost 11. Midoriya's breath hitched a bit. However, he regained his composure with a sigh and finished off his food. I'm going to go get dressed for school. Asahina looked over to see Midoriya was practically dragging himself through the motions. Nothing had urgency, and nothing had any thought put behind it. It hurt her to see him like this. She then got up and knocked on his door when he was changing into the uniform. Izuku, she called. I already let the school know what happened, you don't have to go. The door opened and Izuku was already dressed with his backpack already on. I can't just stay here, he admitted. I just want something to keep my mind occupied. She wanted to protest, but the tone he used caught her off guard. It was the one thing that had some power behind it. She couldn't disregard that. Okay. At least let me drive you, all right. He stopped moving and took a moment, but soon nodded his head. With everything set, Asahina got prepped. As she did, Midoriya took out his hero notebook and turned to Mount Lady's page. In it was half of a drawing that he intended to finish later, and hastily scribbled notes from her debut. He had heard some news about her arresting more people and was going to write them down, but as he stared at the page, he felt no compulsion to finish or add anything. Soon, it was time for them to head out, and not a single drop of ink had even hit the paper. As he stared at the notebook, he felt nothing. No urge to carry it with him in case he sees a hero fight along the way, and no urge to review anything on it. So, he left it on the counter. As you can see, when we add a new element to the atom, it becomes something else entirely, the teacher explained. Students were writing down everything in their notes, whilst others were just listening with bored expressions on their faces. Bakugo wrote in his notebook as he looked further ahead in the chapter. This teacher was too slow, so he decided to move on without him. When the door slid open, however, almost everyone stopped what they were doing. When Bakugo looked up, he saw Deku standing there, with his head hung low. He could tell the guy looked like CRP. His uniform was only half buttoned, his shirt was half tucked, and he looked like he only slept like an hour. Midoriya, the teacher called. I was told you wouldn't be joining us. Sorry, he mumbled. I'll try not to be late again, The teacher rolled their eyes and sighed. "All right, take your seat." Midoriya nodded and made his way to his desk, and as he did, people began to murmur. Usually when Midoriya was late, people would taunt him or jest at his expense. Now, people were either quiet about it, or more confused than anything. What's he doing here? Shouldn't he be with a child services? Does he have an aunt or uncle or something? Eventually the teacher shushed the class and everyone began taking notes again. However, a couple eyes were on Midoriya due to his ragged appearance and slow movements. They saw how unenthusiastic Midoriya was. Usually the boy would keep to himself, but he has this sort of self-contained excitement. Even when alone he had this energy that radiated from him. Now it was like there was nothing there. Just a blank space of what Midoriya used to be. Bakugo still didn't buy it though. He knew Midoriya. This was just an act. The quirkless nerd is playing the long con for this one. Midoriya may have an idiotic idea about heroes, but he isn't an idiot. He's just keeping this emotionless SHT just to PSS off Bakugo. He knows it. Gotta give him credit, he heard someone whisper. At least he came. Remember when Kenji's grandparents died? Guy didn't show up for a week. There were other comments like that floating around and it just sessed Bakugo off even more. He'll show them what Midoriya really was, a snake just trying to play a sympathy card. When the final bell rung, most of the students carried on their business. Some gave Midoriya some sympathetic looks but otherwise ignored him. One however gave him a piece of paper. It was the guy who had a strength quirk that made him look like a bodybuilder. Midoriya looked up to see a sympathetic look in his eyes. "It's notes from morning classes," he said. I'm sorry about your mom." With that he left Midoriya with the notes. The green-haired boy took a look and smiled slightly. It was a small gesture, but it meant a lot. "Deku," a voice growled. The good feeling Midoriya had was gone now that a familiar voice had wormed its way back into his mind. Bakugo slammed his hand down and made his other hand crackle and pop. "What are you trying to pull?" the blonde asked. "Nothing," Midoriya answered truthfully. Another tiny explosion caused Midoriya to flinch a tiny bit. "Bullshit. What, you cry about every little thing that's ever happened to you, and now you're emotionless? Bullshit." Bakugo grabbed Midoriya's shirt and basically lifted him out of the desk. "Quit your thing acting, no one believes this for even a second." Midoriya said nothing for a solid minute, with Bakugo growing angrier with each passing second. Finally the boy looked his old friend in the eye. "If you're going to hit me, just do it." The calmness in his voice, the dead look in his eyes, and everything else before that just set something off in Bakugo. He closed his fist and hit Midoriya right in the jaw, which caused the boy to fall to the ground. "F you quirkless bstrd." With that Bakugo left Midoriya to rot. Midoriya sat up but stayed still for a few seconds, his mind processing what happened. He just sighed as he replayed everything in his head. A moment of peace, that's all he could ever afford. He knows there are others out there with worse lives than him, but it still feels like the universe has it out for him. He picked himself up, and with a final sigh, grabbed his stuff and headed back to the apartment. Midoriya looked at his notebooks. During rough days he would cool off by analyzing heroes and villains. Despite it usually being a calming activity, and something he loved doing, he felt no drive to start working on it. He already read the notes his classmate gave him, and already finished his work, and it wasn't even 6. Whilst this was normal for him, he always had his mom to take care of and interact with. Doing things with Mrs. Sahina wasn't the same. He also appreciated that she wasn't forcing him to do stuff either. With his thoughts swirling, they eventually made their way back to Nezu. What little interaction the two had, Nezu had always been respectable. Eccentric sure, but behind the unnerving smile was a genuine person. Midoriya had always been good at reading people. He had to be to know which ones would ignore him, or take their time to insult or hurt him. Who would only give basic insults, and who would go to deep-rooted parts. Kaken was an outlier. It would be impossible to ignore him, with how close they live and how their mothers knew each other. However, he knew when Kaken was having bad days or good days. His pride made it easy to read him. With everything that Midoriya has gone through, focusing on people hasn't really been a priority. Yet, Nezu made him analyze again, if only for a second. A family friend, a genuine smile, eccentric but helpful, and a familiar feeling. All of that, and he was offering to be a guardian to Izuku. A guarantee, compared to the unknown that was an orphan. Of course, he said if Midoriya had someone else in mind, he would not object. Who did he mean? Who else did Midoriya know? The Bakugos. Perhaps. Any time Midoriya was over, the two would treat him as if they were his own son, and even joked about it half the time. But that would also mean living with Kaken. Would that be worth the risk? Being insulted at school and at home. Maybe he could give him a new perspective, but what if it didn't work? They were also an unknown. Mr. Nezu. How much did Mom trust him for him to be appointed his guardian over Mitsuki? Did she know about Bakugo? Sure, when he was young, he told her about the river incident, but after that the history was kept clear from her. Izuku didn't want his mother to worry, so he said they made up and kept everything else quiet. He should have known though. He should have. His mother was not an idiot. She was observant and smart, something he got from her. Midoriya was too wrapped up in his thoughts to realize he was crying as his thoughts wandered to his mom. Eventually they went back to Mr. Nezu's offer. A small guarantee in a sea of unknowns. Was it going to be worth it? Nezu entered the apartment humming away as he looked at his mail. It was just bills from the landlord and ads, so it was nothing worth noting. He saw Kazuya watching some kind of game show and greeted his friend and roommate. The shapeshifter greeted with a chattering of his teeth. He tossed the junk mail over to Kazuya, as he liked to peruse them from time to time. The shapeshifter picked them up and began scanning them as Nezu placed his suitcase on the dining table and took out his work. Kazuya chattered something that caught Nezu's attention. The Midoriyas, he repeated. Nezu gained a thoughtful look as he tried to recall the funeral. Izuku is having an understandably hard time. He's bottling his emotions up, if the caretaker was telling the truth. I offered the guardianship, but as of now it is up in the air. Kazuya tittered something. Perhaps, although we could always get a bigger apartment or even a house. If not, I'm sure if you ask Aizawa and Yamada they'll allow you to stay with them. Kazuya growled with a hint of annoyance. Nezu chuckled at his friend, but then swayed his focus on his work. Most of it was budgeting issues, specifically with the support course. Still, the paperwork made for good reference for the business students. There was also planning for the culture festival that needed to be done. The sports festival had been a huge success, in spite of some security risks, mainly from the second-year class. That was mainly for Mirio Tagata, if the white-furred creature was being honest. Mirio had a unique quirk, but Night Eye took a shining to him and started training him during his first year, causing the boy to become very powerful. So much so that attacks wouldn't even hit him, and there was risk of the audience getting in the crossfire. Thankfully no one did, and it was a huge success. Still, with Night Eye's intentions with He-Boy, it's no wonder why he had made so many leaps and bounds in his training. Being All Might's potential successor is a hard thing to train for after all. But enough about one of his more interesting students. He had to focus on the budget for the culture festival. That possibly finding a new place for Kazuya, assuming of course Izuku would agree to the guardianship. As Midoriya entered the school, the halls were abuzz with gossip. Whether it be heroes, villains, other students, parents, or anything else, the halls were never quiet. Yet, Izuku could feel that something was off. He was getting stares and quick glances, more than usual anyway. Whilst Midoriya continued to drudge to his class, he finally heard a little tidbit of gossip that involved him. Biku hit him and said he was faking it. You think it's true? Midoriya's leg continued as if they were on auto-PLA to his class. However, internally he was just filled with dread. Of course they all believe Bakugo. Why would they believe stupid, quirkless, useless Deku? The one who cried anytime someone looked at him and is an emotionless husk now. It's all an act, isn't it? Midoriya silently laughed as he sat down in his desk. It was a hollow laugh. He looked to his left to see the classmate who gave him notes yesterday glaring at him now. He could feel Bakugo's glare as well but avoids eye contact. The whispers grow louder and he soon found himself tuning them out, just as he always did. Just yesterday everyone was worried about him. Today, it was as if the past few days hadn't happened at all. Sure, he might have gotten a pity look here or there, but how was he supposed to know if it was because of recent events, or because he was quirkless? Thankfully, the bell rang, and his homeroom teacher came in and began class. Izuku tried to focus on writing the notes down, but he had already done that yesterday. He didn't really want to watch TV, so he just went further into the textbook, so much so that he was pretty sure he knew everything for the next 3 days. They weren't even that hard if he was being honest. Then again, he thought that a lot when it came to tests and work, and they usually came back with CS. Even when he reviewed, he had no idea what he did wrong. Then again, maybe that was the point. Maybe he didn't really get the lessons, but it's not like he could stop the class just to help him. Everyone else had gotten it. To stop the class because he was slow was selfish. Still, as the minutes ticked by, the teacher was just repeating what he had already learned, and it was starting to numb his head. As his mind went blank, it eventually went back to the guardianship choice. Nezu had given him time to mourn and think about the offer. Mrs. Ahina was willing to give him that choice before she made calls for child services. He was eternally grateful for them to even give him that choice. Anyone else probably wouldn't have. When he first thought about it, he thought they were pitying him, only doing so because they felt bad for him. But if that were the case, Mrs. Ahina wouldn't be watching over him for the duration of the week. Not only that, but when he saw Nezu, he knew the 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 was being genuine. He knew nothing about the man, yet he had given Izuku so much respect already. "Midoriya!" his teacher yelled. Midoriya flinched and looked up to see his teacher with his arms crossed. "What did I tell you about the mumbling?" "Oh," he was mumbling again. "Sorry," was all he managed. This took the teacher by surprise, as Midoriya didn't stutter a response, but he still seemed content with getting the point across. A few snickers were heard, whilst others shushed them, and soon the lesson continued. Despite that mess, Midoriya still couldn't focus on the lesson. All he could think about was the guardianship. End of Arc 1, to be continued. Midoriya got out of the car with his mom cradled in his hands. He looked up at the apartment building. It was a lot like his old one, only the streets and buildings around it looked a little nicer. A little more clean. The building itself was unassuming. It was a grey bricked building with a couple of apartments on all 3 floors. The upper 2 had patios, whilst the lower floor had windows, with a few having sliding doors. It looked nice, as far as inexpensive apartment buildings go. He saw someone move in his peripherals and looked down at his new guardian. The sharply dressed 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 motioned his paws to the building. "The entrance is this way," Nezu said. Come, you still have to meet our roommate." "Roommate?" Izuku must have scrunched his eyes or something as Nezu placed his paws together. "Ah yes, sorry. A friend of mine will be staying with us. Do not worry, he'll be respectful of your privacy." Izuku assumed it would be all right. Maybe the extra soul would help, or hinder this new arrangement. As they made their way to the apartment, Midoriya continued to cradle his mother in his arms. He didn't take much from home. Just his schoolwork, his first All Might poster, his mom, and his old hero notebooks. Despite not writing in them for a week, he couldn't throw them away either. They reached the door, and Nezu fished out his keys from his pocket. After he unlocked and opened the door, they slowly walked in, and Midoriya took a good look at his new apartment. It had a standard kitchen with what looked like a more expensive stove, a microwave. Attached to the wall, a standard fridge, and wooden cabinets to hold keys and dishes. The living room had one side filled to the brim with bookcases. It almost looked like a library. A HD TV set was placed on top of a stand that had a movie player connected to it. There was a single brown leather couch and a semi-large recliner to the side of it, both angled towards the TV. On the coffee table were strewn about papers from work and new articles. Overall, it was a standard apartment, with a couple of extra luxuries. "Mr. Nezu," Midoriya started. "What do you do for work?" It was one of those questions Midoriya admits he should have asked earlier throughout the process. However, he was still wrapped out about everything. It just kind of left his mind half the time. Before the 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 could answer, one of the doors in the apartment opened and emerged a man with thick brown fur wearing a suit and tie. There was a bushy tail poking out behind the suit breathes, and the man was adjusting his cuffs. The man looked over to the two, and Midoriya's jaw dropped. Why were 𝐒𝐿 the shape-shifting hero? The hero looked a little surprised but nonetheless gave the boy a respectful bow. Midoriya realized what he did and he grew red but gave a respectful bow in return. Sorry, that was rude of me. Midoriya heard a stifled laugh to his right and turned to Nezu. Forgive me, he chuckled. But yes, 𝐒𝐿 is living with us. Midoriya looked over to the hero, who had pulled out a cell phone and was typing in it. My name is Kazuya. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Izuku Midoriya, a text-to-speech app said. Midoriya turned back to the shapeshifter to see a genuine smile on their face. Midoriya gave a nervous smile and bowed again. May I ask why you are dressed up? Nezu asked. Fundraiser for mutant quirked kids. Going to be gone until very late. The small rodent nodded, as did Midoriya. As Kazuya was leaving, Midoriya felt the urge to dig out his notebook and 𝐔𝐬𝐽 signature, but the urge died just as quickly as it came. Once 𝐒𝐿 and Kazuya left, Nezu continued the tour, showing the bathroom, his office and bedroom mix, where Kazuya's room was, and finally, Midoriya's room. When the door to his new room opened up, he took note of everything in here, even if it wasn't much. A bed, a desk, a single light switch, a couple of outlets, and a small window. It reminded him of a dorm room. A generic ringtone caught their attention. Nezu dug in his pockets and took out a very old flip phone. Midoriya wasn't even sure if they made flip phones anymore. The call was only a few seconds, but it was enough for Nezu to sigh in annoyance. Despite that, he still had a small smile on his face. Creepy. I'm sorry, Midoriya, he apologized. Work is calling. I'll still be in my office if you need anything. His new guardian opened the door, but before he left he seemed to remember something. Oh right, if you longing, there is a space for your mother in the living room. There's a space between some of the books big enough to fit her. With his final word said, he went to his office, and Midoriya was alone in his new room. He held his mom a little closer to his chest. This was his new home now. He was unsure about this whole thing now that he made his decision. Still, this was better than the Oster system. That's what he kept mumbling to himself, as he set himself up. 2 weeks later, with the culture festival coming up very soon, I want some of us to start pulling overtime, Nezu explained during the faculty meeting. He stared down his hero teachers in particular, especially since one of them is only working with half of class. Again, I reiterate, encourage your students to attend. I know the festival isn't seen as big as the sports festival, but this just as important for you. A's image. A couple of murmurs were in agreement, whilst a few complained about the extra work. Also, the school board wants us to remove some of our older buildings and actually started doing so themselves, however I was against this idea. You're talking about the buildings next to the school, correct? Lunch Rush asked. The white-furred chimera nodded. What are we supposed to do with them? Aizawa asked. Ever since the layoffs they've been wasted space. Bag Boy is right, Midnight commented, causing a scowl from her friend. We aren't using them for anything, and there's only 3 buildings left standing, why keep them? That's what I was hoping you all could fill, Nezu answered. A couple of the faculty looked confused. Are there any extensions you all feel you need for your classes? The room fell silent as some of the teachers wondered what they could add, but 𝐿𝐿, the support class teacher who replaced Hard Drive after the man lost his life to a villain. A heartbreaking loss, but not one the rodent could dwell on. I want another lab opened up for my students to work in after school, he proclaimed. Interesting, what seems to be wrong with the one in the school? Nothing, but when I have students working on projects after school ends, they tend to leave it a mess. Also there is the occasional explosion here and then. Nezu hummed in agreement. Kichi, his head of custodians and old friend, had gotten complaints a couple times, enough for him to seek out Nezu for help. I might be willing to accommodate this, but if this only to be used after school, everything they do in there, they must clean themselves. That seems excessive, doesn't it, Nezu? Cementos questioned. No, he's right, 𝐿𝐿 defended. My students haven't been cleaning up their messes. The custodians have complained multiple times, I'm sure they've even told Nezu. The orange-haired man turned to his boss. I'll make sure they agree to it if it becomes a reality. Nezu's smile widened. That was one building, now for the other two. A few more minutes passed of silence before 𝐭𝐽𝐻 suggested an idea. If we can't think of anything, she started. Why can't we just loan it to our students for the festival? Keeps the board off your back as we try to figure out other uses. A lot of the teachers nodded in agreement with the 18+ hero. Nezu chuckled to himself. A grand plan, he exclaimed. He looked at his watch and realized how late it was. Unfortunately, I must cut the meeting short. If there are any other pressing issues, you can let me know tomorrow. Dismissed. Everyone began packing up their things, but Nezu was one of the first to leave. However, someone caught up to him. Nezu, Snipe called out. I actually have a few questions. Well, you have until I walk out the door, Mr. Snipe. Knowing the truth in his words, Snipe got his questions out fast as he could. What do you think we should do with the buildings? Glad you asked. I was thinking of turning you into a boarding school at some point, and the unused buildings seemed perfect for dorms. Your thoughts? Snipe was silent for a moment as they began to descend the stairs. An interesting idea, but since that was not my only question, I'll let you know how I feel tomorrow. Second one is about this child you have adopted. Nezu hummed in a tone that was unreadable, but Snipe took it as to keep going. Are things going all right? I know how hard working here and having a child can be. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Nezu stopped and turned to his teacher. If I'm being honest, it is a new adjustment. I've tried reaching out occasionally, but the boy is still grieving. I can hear him tossing and turning in the night sometimes. Not to mention the bags under his eyes and occasionally sleeping at dinner. If I may, perhaps taking a more head-on approach is needed for the boy. That's what Nezu was afraid of. The Chimera understood the benefits of the head-on approach, but that wasn't his specialty. And this was Snipe giving the advice. If it was 𝐭𝐽𝐻, 𝐼𝐳𝐻 or Yamda, Nezu would only take it with a grain of salt. After all, they don't have kids. Snipe, however, had a big family. There was some truth to the man's words, but how was Nezu supposed to approach Izuku? He knows the boy is smart, but he also knows of his past. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 gave him the rundown after her first battle. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 also told Asahina about the boy, who then passed it on to Nezu. Over the years the harassment and loneliness only got worse. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 knew what was happening, but her son came home every day and smiled, so she assumed it wasn't that bad. Perhaps it was, perhaps it wasn't. But how could Nezu ask? That's not a topic to bring up to his new son. I'll think about it. Thank you, Snipe. The masked hero nodded, but Nezu could tell he was smiling underneath. You have a good rest of your day. The hero returned the gesture and the two part ways, with Nezu heading home to his son. Izuku, I'm home, the little Chimera called out. As he closed the door, he took a look around the apartment to find his son sleeping at the dining table. Kazuya obviously hadn't returned home yet, so the boy was alone. Nezu looked at his watch. 6:30. The boy was alone for 3.5 hours. A normal day for him. Nezu sighed. He knows this isn't what 𝐒𝐭𝐻 would have wanted. He can't really get off early for work though. Just today he still had to go through a couple of things for the meeting, but saw how much time had passed, and he refused to let the boy be alone for more than 4 hours. With a sad sigh, Nezu hopped on the chair next to Izuku's and saw the boy had already made dinner for himself. Not to mention he had fallen asleep studying. That was all Nezu saw the boy do. It was a red flag, but how was he supposed to approach it? Nezu looked over the table some more and noticed that there were 2 extra books opened up. The first one he noticed was a burnt notebook. He took a look at it and what he saw surprised him. It was an analysis on Kazuya. The young man had finally gotten his autograph, and that seemed to spark something in him to write in this notebook. He heard of the notebooks from 𝐒𝐭𝐻 and Asahina, but this was the first time he seen one himself. His curiosity got the better of him and took a deeper peek at it. What he saw extraordinary. There was basic drawing of Kazuya in his human form, along with arrows pointing to specific parts with note to him. Like his tail. Midoriya had noted how the tail remains the same through every creature Kazuya shifted into. There were also theories of potential weaknesses and strengths. How long it took for Kazuya to shapeshift on average, forms he's used, his ability with handling civilians and the press, So much information packed into a couple of pages in a notebook. This was one of the few times Nezu saw the boy work on something other than schoolwork, and it was amazing. So much passion went into this analysis. This was what he did for fun, so what stopped him before? Sure, his mother's death, but there had to be more to this, if the previous pages were anything to go on. Mount Lady, Kamu Woods, Gunhead, and other heroes were in the notebook, all with extreme detail. Something like this, there had to be something other than grief that made him stop. This was something he did for comfort, and then just stopped all of a sudden. Maybe he was reading too much into this, maybe not. His attention then moved on to the next book. It was a high school prep book. That would be normal, except that it wasn't the book Izuku was writing in. Nezu's eyes flickered between the book next to the sleeping boy and the book in front of him. Slowly, Nezu took the book from Midoriya, and it was weird. It was a college prep book. One that Nezu often gave to the general education kids if they figured hero work wasn't for them, which happened a lot despite popular belief. That wasn't the weird part. The weird part was how Midoriya had most of the answers right. To add on to the weirdness, a test Midoriya took a few days ago came back, and the boy had a C. He had a C, yet he can do problems in a college-level booklet. Something wasn't adding up. To be continued.